Welcome everybody to VIS as we get underway here for day number 2 of VISPRO. This is the spring season as we kind of actually finish off the spring season, and we are bringing group number 2 here in this tournament. Group number 2 is a jam-packed group with some of the best teams in the tournament actually showing up tonight. So it's going to be jam-packed action, and tonight, thankfully, we're going to be able to bring you guys 3 different series here, so it's going to be a long night indeed. Tonight, I am joined by Denomine again as we start to get underway with these matches. And Day, thanks for joining me.
No problem, Dragonborn. Thank you for having me. How about our matchups for today? What games are you excited to see?
Oh man, so we got a lot in store, so let's get into like a real quick snapshot of the schedule. It's just a real quick take a look at, you'll see first matchup is going to be Team Solo Mid versus Infinity Rebirth. We're going to jump down to Immortals versus Gods. Now, Gods was the former NRG roster of sorts. They had been down in Challengers for some time. They did get released as NRG switched to a new roster during this off-season. But, you know, God, this is still a pretty exciting roster with Afrogum and Archaic. These are 2 guys who've been playing together for a long time. And then the final series that we're going to be streaming tonight is Tempo Storms versus Go Ruthless. I don't know a lot about Go Ruthless, but I'm definitely excited to see them play. But Tempo Storm, one of the only challenger teams that come into the Vainglory 8 and qualify for the Unified Live Championships. So definitely going to be excited to see them. Immortals, a little bit of a side note, they did have a few roster changes. They were actually able to pick up Pon the Original, which, if for everybody who's been watching VISPRO for a long time, they'll know that Pon the Original with Zeo and Sui Generis were actually one of the best, strongest rosters to ever hit VIS Pro. Like, they were almost undefeated all the way to the very end, and that is a roster you're definitely going to see if it kind of starts to take hold, because Immortals definitely trying to find pieces as they come into this new season. Yet, I really think we're all here for this first matchup, man. This is going to be a really exciting one.
It's going to be fun to see Team Solo Mid play again after the Unified Finals. Just see how they react. I'm pretty excited to see the Immortals versus Gods game, personally. I like Pon the Original on that roster, and I really want to see how he changes up the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Immortals game is definitely one to keep an eye on. I really say for everyone who's in the chat, if you're going to watch this one, make sure you definitely stay for that Immortals. But getting into this matchup we have in front of us, Team Solo Mid, I absolutely agree. The only big change here is Evol has come on for VISPRO, and to my knowledge, he's really just stepping in as a sub for VIS Pro for this off-season split. He's not currently, according to what I've heard, actually a permanent fixture on this roster, but he is coming in and substituting for Flash X, as Flash X was not able to play. He's on vacation for the next few weeks. So Vansi and Vestchukane, they are here, and Evol is going to be that shot caller, and I'm curious if you feel like he's got what it takes to help out this powerhouse roster.
I really think Evol is a very underrated player. I think he is very mechanically talented and does make smart calls. I run into these guys every once in a while when I'm solo queuing, and I think he's a strong substitute for Flash in this scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he could be, I think the real question is just how strong are Vansi and Vestchuk. Obviously, we've known for quite some time that they have been these really dominant carries, but a lot of the shot calling and strategies are brought to them from the mind of Flash X. He really focuses on a lot of thinking of the game and making sure that every single decision that's made is thought out. It's not just a spur-of-the-moment decision, which is really incredible because it's helped a player like Vansi, who used to be known for his spur-of-the-moment playmaking, to really mature as a player. I mean, Vansi is great all on his own, but I think bringing him into a team like this has been such an incredible career move for him. And we've seen it. Team Solo Mid has been that top competitive North America team for the last year.
Yeah, I agree, and I think they, with Rogue not being able to compete in this particular tournament, I think they made a good choice picking up Evol. So I think he's going to bring a lot of those similar shot calling strategies that Flash will bring, and it should be a strong team.
Yeah, so we actually are almost ready getting into the draft here with these 2 teams, waiting on a few people to get into the draft client, actually. So let me just ask real quick. I have to just check with them to make sure they can log in. Yeah, so we may need a few more seconds before the teams are ready, as they actually are getting ready preparing for draft and need a few more minutes. So what I'll tell everybody is we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get right into this first matchup, so you guys are not going to miss it. Game number 1 of Team Solo Mid versus Infinity Rebirth is about to take place here, and of course when we get back, we'll talk a little bit more about Infinity Rebirth and what they bring to the table after the break.
I don't either. I did a little bit of, you probably know Silent Killer 334. He's pretty active on Twitter. I pulled up all of the VG pros on them so that I have some information on, you know, what kind of heroes they play and stuff like that. I can probably close the Epic Man and Selma one, since it looks like this is going to be our lineup for tonight.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
And welcome back, everybody. As we get ready for this next matchup, we did want to talk a little bit about Infinity Rebirth, and of course you may have heard us talking a little bit about them during the ad, unfortunately for us, but we were talking, going into Team Solo Mid, we all know them, and I think, the story, of course, will be how Evol carries the, and fills in the big shoes of Flash X. But over on Infinity Rebirth, they're definitely somewhat of a newer, newer team to a lot of the people following the competitive scene. They've been in Challengers for a while, and they've been competing for a while. They've definitely, this brand has, and so have these players. Somebody, Selma, Silent Killer. Yeah, I mean, ZZ Snipers RZ, for instance, these guys have been playing on different teams, a lot of them actually being Infinity Rebirth for some time now, so I'm definitely excited to see kind of how this roster does, because if you come in here and play really well against the likes of Best Truck, NA, and Von C, you kind of make a name for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be a pretty spectacular upset if they were able to pull out the win here. They are, as you said, they've been a Challengers team, and we've seen Challengers teams rise up to the top and play these VG8 teams, so it'll be pretty interesting.
All right, well, it looks like everybody's in the draft and ready to go. So game number 1 is underway officially right now, as we'll see what Team Solo Mid is going to pull out right off the bat. That's a ban on the Glaive.
Yeah, Glaive's a pretty strong pick overall. He's a good flex pick where you can, play him in the roam position, jungle, or even lane in some scenarios. So I think it's a good pick to get off the table real quick.
So now the clock with Infinity Rebirth. Looking at ban potentials, where it really comes down to if you choose that first ban to be the support ban, like one of the healers, either Adagio or Lyra. An Adagio ban would be interesting. I think with Evol playing instead of Flash X, you maybe aren't as worried about certain of the support heroes, but Evol is a very strong support. So, we've seen him make huge plays on the Rogue roster that he plays on, so I'm curious to see how they approach this. Infinity Rebirth instead could try to zone out Best Truck NA in the lane and putting him on something he's maybe not as comfortable with.
Yeah, they're definitely digging into a lot of their bonus time here. Probably not a smart pick on the first ban, but perhaps somebody hasn't connected all the way either, so we'll just have to see.
Yeah, it does look like we will have a small issue here, as a reset is going to have to be. It does look Infinity Rebirth connected, but something bugged out on there, so we are going to do a quick reset
The draft begins.
So do apologize, but we did get a ban in. Indeed.
Going up against Evol, I'd expect to see either a Lyra or a Flicker ban here. We'll have to see how Infinity Rebirth pulls this together.
All right, quick pause here. It looks like they entered the wrong game. We are able to get into this in just a second, so we're gonna pause it for everybody as we do wait for all of the players to get in finally into the draft. For a lot of these teams, this is the first time they're using the dual ban client, so give them a little bit of leeway here, as it looks like they are good.
The draft begins.
All right, so we're gonna be able to jump right back into the draft. And Grumpjaw.
This falls back into the flex pick capability and what you're banning. So the whole potential here is that Grumpjaw can be played in either the jungle or the roam position, just depending on how the rest of the draft goes. And he's proven to be a very strong pick in either scenario. And we got the Lyra pick on the side of Team Solo Mid.
Right, and Von C is a very dominant jungler, so inevitably, if you're worried about playing into a Grumpjaw at all, you definitely don't want to go into a Von C Grumpjaw. The Lyra pick was an obvious pick here, so now they're probably going to lock in the support aid as another healer and take the other healer away, so at least they're not going to go into a double heal comp. And I'm really curious to see what they ban here, Denominate, because this is where they can start to focus now that the support is already off the board. Focus on taking either Chuck or Von C off of some comfort picks.
I definitely think their strong suit here is going to be taking Von C off of a comfort pick. Adagio is one of Best Chuck and A's favorite heroes, one of his best heroes. So they have this Adagio picked where they can flex him as a laner or a roamer and take Best Chuck off of that. So it kind of kills two birds with one stone for him. But we do see the Koshka ban come out, followed by a quick Fortress ban.
I'm interested about the Fortress ban, but the Koshka ban doesn't surprise me one bit. As, you've taken Grumpjaw and Koshka, where, with that Lyra, it gives them extra heal. These are heroes that love to go in and do a lot of damage, and the sustain obviously helps them immensely. We are going to see, as they go for their second pick here. Now, this is where they'll likely probably pick their laner, as the draft will rotate back over to A side for the next two picks.
The Fortress ban does make sense to me into the Lyra because of the Mortal Wound, and he is able to bait out a lot of her cooldowns. And then we have a Blackfeather pickup, and this is another flex pick where it could be lane or jungle.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a really smart decision to kind of play this. It gives you the flexibility to change it depending on what Team Solo Mid does. And Team Solo Mid, they haven't actually eaten into their bonus time at all, as the next picks, these picks are coming out so fast. Vox, this is a really great pick for Best Chuck at A. So with that, they're going to be focusing on the jungler. And I'm curious, Sky, wow. Was not expecting that.
I haven't seen a whole lot of Von C Sky play as of the past updates, but I know in the past he's been a very strong Sky, so this is going to put a lot of pressure on what Infinity Rebirth can pick for their jungler here.
And we've actually seen Sky start to come back into the meta. We've seen him played in the Challenger battles especially. We've seen him play. We actually saw him play at the Unified Live Championship. And now that is interesting with the Ardent pick. It does force that flex pick of the Adagio into lane. This will likely be a jungle Blackfeather and then Ardent to come with it. And I really do like this draft bomb from Infinity Rebirth. I don't know if it's enough to push them over the edge against Team Solo Mid, but I do like the Ardent Blackfeather with that healer as well. Should really help that Blackfeather deal a lot of sustain.
I definitely like the Adagio and the Blackfeather. Blackfeather and Arden are both really good at getting in your face, where then Adagio can get his heal off and get that burn and either empower himself or empower Blackfeather, just depending on how the fight's going. And it can be a very deadly combo.
Yeah, exactly. So when you don't get a double healer, having a barrier to boot is pretty close to similar for it. So we'll just have to see how it plays out. We are into this game as it does get underway. Although, do you see the game? It's got a black screen for me.
I see a very black screen right now. There's not a whole lot going on of it.
As do I. So That is interesting. We'll see if it clears up for us. As spectators, it could just be black for a little bit, and then we could be able to get into this game. Oh, nope.
Oh, no. Well, that's interesting.
Restart.
It's pretty interesting.
That is interesting. Everyone just sees the matchup graphics, and they don't know what we're seeing. But we are going to have to restart that game real quick. But the draft is done. And looking at it, what I do feel is the Vox really does benefit from the Lyra. You know, Vox loves to have that sustain the lane, and the pressure that Lyra offers can help the Vox deal with some over-aggressive laners. And the Adagio typically plays well into Vox because he can be aggressive with those burn. But, you know, the Lyra helps mitigate that. Helps mitigate the damage as well as do some harass to counter the Adagio. That'll force the Ardent up in the lane. And I think if you force the Ardent up in the lane, the Sky does have an easier time with the Black Feather, but it is going to be very dependent on Von C getting up ahead early.
Yeah, I'm definitely leaning on the side of Team Solo Mid here. We know they're always a top contender. You know, they took 3rd place at the Unified Finals, and you know, I think it's definitely going to be a hard game for Infinity Rebirth to come into, but I think they also have a good comp to do so if they have the individual skill to back it up.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get into this matchup with the bans in place, game number 1 underway. So let's take it away, Denomine, getting into this. Any quick thoughts on how you think? I mean, the early game already looks like Team Solo Mid looking to be the aggressors and push 3-man right into Infinity Rebirth jungle.
Yeah, we do see the early shield pickup by this Black Feather, so we're definitely respecting the damage that Von C is going to be able to put out. And we see the shield pickup from Best Chuck and A, knowing that the Adagio is going to be able to pressure him, but a lot of aggression coming out of Team Solo Mid here.
Yeah, they're going to focus on this Treant healer. They get it with really no contest. Black Feather, somebody looking to maybe make a move, sees that they're still there. Recall very quickly, so clearing up those that Treant there and forcing the recall is going to allow the Black Feather to finally get some extra farm here. He's already got a few, so he was able to get his 2 bottom junglers, but already a lot of aggression coming out of Team Solo Mid. It doesn't put them in the gold league, though. You're going to have to wait for that Sky rotation to complete before you see the gold somewhat normalized for Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, we've got everybody getting back up to their farm. We see Evil up here with Chuck, knowing this Adagio is going to be able to put some pressure down due to the added range. And Evil is going to be able to come up here and just keep Chuck at full health the whole time. So it definitely cuts back a little bit on the pressure the Adagio is allowed to put. So
absolutely.
Only time will tell.
Sky rotates back, does take the healer, trying to lock onto the Black Feather. There's a Suri strike right around, gets the kill. First blood going over to Von C. He's rooted, but it's not going to matter. He's going to be able to clean up this jungle uncontested. As you still see the Adagio back up in the lane with the Arden, trying to put the pressure onto Best Chuck and A. And they're looking, if they can't take anything in the jungle, at least trying to get some lane pressure. But right now with that Lyra, I don't see Best Chuck and A really having too many problems. You do see him CSing under turret, but these pro laners, they know exactly what they're doing when they're under turret.
Well, what we did miss while we were down looking at the Sky and the Black Feather fighting is Evol almost did die as Lyra, and you can see they're already back up to full health almost without having to leave the lane, and that goes back to that sustain that we were saying that Lyra has in the early game.
Yeah, and that's exactly the challenge it's going to be. Typically, an Adagio can burst you down quickly in the lane, so having a healer on your side against an Adagio definitely counters that aggression. Von C moving again. Evol just going to poke down, does go back up and support the Vox, but Von C looking to try to charge into this jungle. Uncontested again, just somebody there. He's not going to have a lot of farm. Oh, here comes Silent Killer. Going to support. Gets actually saving the Vanguard, uses the Vanguard at that moment, but look at that, somebody's still too weak. Gets dropped. Von C with another kill.
Beautiful play by Von C there. You've seen the Arden jumped in to save the Black Feather, and he immediately Suri striked around the fight where he could get a better vantage on the Black Feather, and he got that damage from the forward barrage down, and the Black Feather dropped incredibly quickly.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's just, level 3 going up against a level 4 crystal bit Sky is always going to cause you some grief for the first few minutes. And so really the Blackfeather just looking to build that defense. You know, that's exactly what a Blackfeather will do. And I'm thinking somebody's going to have to prioritize the defense sooner than later. Because really right now, focusing on farm and being able to get out of the fight alive is a big priority. Vonsy now finally rotating back to his jungle to finish. We've taken a look in the lane, and it's really pretty close. I mean, I'll be honest, the pressure has been good to keep snipers in it, but what's bad is they haven't been able to get an advantage over Best Chuck. So the deficiency in the jungle is definitely going to start rearing an ugly head because Snipers is not able to make up for it.
Yeah, we definitely see Vonsy getting ahead in the jungle, but you know, for Snipers up here in the lane, you know, to be going and holding your farm against Best Chuck, that is no easy feat. That is something that, you know, they can still be proud of no matter the outcome of this game, is that, you know, they're not getting pressured out. You know, they're getting their farm down. You know, Vonsy is getting a little ahead in the jungle, but we know Sky is a much earlier game hero than the Blackfeather, so yeah, you know, they definitely have a lot of scaling potential out of the Blackfeather Adagio combo. We're just going to have to see if they can make it to that point of the game.
Definitely need to be worrisome, I think, when the Blackfeather comes online for the side of TSM. But then, of course, you've got the Vox when it comes online. That's going to be a real problem. And I think that's when you're going to see the Vox trade much stronger against the Adagio and actually be the aggressor and pressuring the Adagio. Best Chuck at A and Vonsy going to rotate it to their backs together. We see a lot of top teams do this. They like to share that golden experience, so they're going to move back, then come up here. Evil doing a nice job holding the lane. It is going to start pushing into this turret right about now. But I don't think that's going to be a big problem with Best Chuck and A. Maybe looking to put some engage onto Snipers. Death from above comes down, well placed. Adagio's not able to get out of it. Tries to rotate around, gets very low. The heal comes out, but it's not from that fountain. Not enough to save him. As another kill coming on to, this time it's going to be Best Chuck and A picking up the kill, and there's an assist going over to Evil. But Team Solo Mid, man, have had no problems. They are able to just dictate the pace of this game, and now, just like this, they're going to be putting pressure onto this turret. They might even get it.
Yeah, and this goes back into where I said Evil just, to me, clicks really well to play with Team Solo Mid with the instance that Flash is gone. And we see it working really well. You know, we've already got this Frostburn on the Sky, and we've already got a Poison Shiv on the Vox to really bring down the capabilities of this Adagio.
Oh, wait a minute, Snipers!
The Adagio does get a beautiful kill there, but Vonsy comes in and
he cleans up.
Looks like he's going to clean up for the ace.
Yeah, so the pressure by Adagio to jump onto the Vox, get the kill. It looked clean, but what it did was it forced his entire team way too far forward in the lane, past into, you know, way past that midpoint, and that gave Vonsy a full open court to just do his damage across the entire thing. Skies love a big open area where they can bring down a death from above and Suri strike around, dealing tons and tons of damage. And ultimately, that is an ace and a turret going over to Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, Vonsy did really good there, too. He rotated down and took the mid camp, which gave the impression that he had left lane, and I think that's really why the Adagio aggressed, and then Vonsy had time to rotate back up behind, and they just didn't see it coming.
Absolutely. Team Solo Mid on a roll, game number 1. Now they're just going to have to keep pushing here. We do see, yeah, Snipers needs to get out of there. He's only level 6 going up against the level 8 Sky. Vonsy definitely in a great position to be able to outplay almost everybody on the fold. So they're going to shop now. Vonsy looking to build that second tier 3 item as he got the Frostburn first. Best Chuck and A builds that... looking to build, I think he's going to build Sorrow Blade second after that Poison Shiv.
It would make a lot of sense. The Vox is able to get a lot of attacks down in the fight. He has pretty high scaling attack ratio, and then on top of the fact that he gets that double attack out of the Sonic Zoom. What we're really going to need to look for here out of Infinity Rebirth is that we need these gauntlets to be able to stun up either Chuck or Vonsy and then get that burst damage from the Adagio and Blackfeather combo down, and that's going to be their saving grace in this fight.
We do see, here comes the Versa Judgment, Fountains used, keeps the carries alive. We are going to see Vonsy go down. Evil's going to drop next. Oh no, the Sigil does save him, but they're very low. Can the Adagio and the Blackfeather find to make it happen? Best Chuck and A, he is doing so much damage against that heal. He's not going to get it. Best Chuck and A turns it around thanks to Evil's timely Sigils, and they get the ace. Team Solo Mid, that was really close, and I gotta give a lot of props to Infinity Rebirth there, Denominate, because they almost pulled off an incredible comeback fight, being down in golden levels, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, what was really smart of Best Chuck there is you noticed Evol was getting really low and they were really on the back foot. As soon as they got into that bush and they lost vision, Infinity Rebirth turned around and it gave Best Chuck a great opportunity to re-engage on that fight.
And they were really close to pulling it off. Unfortunately, having a Fountain with a healer early just makes it very hard to burst them down or get them down low enough without that sustain coming out. And Best Chuck today, he did have a Sorrow Blade, so... And he's got that Poison Shiv. So the mitigation from the, or the heal coming out from the Adagio and those Fountains are reduced a little bit. So not quite as effective, and that definitely helped him out.
Well, not only that, it really brings down the effectiveness of the Roamer, because it affects the barrier, too, that Arden gives. So, you know, we still see this Iron Guard contract on Silent Killer. We're getting to that point where he may need to sell that up. We're not really in the farming phase anymore. You know, get a little bit more gold in your pocket to get that Crucible or get the Atlas Pauldron. Oh, he's already got the Atlas Pauldron. But, you know, we're just a little past the farming phase here, and we've got Team Solo Mid being incredibly aggressive in these fights, burning a Fountain early on in that one.
They do look like they're going to try to get the heal. Oh, Fountain comes out. Can they take down Best Chuck? They can't. There's just too much lifesteal coming out of him. It's going to force the Black Feather out of there. That on point does miss. He's going to drop it. Gets another one, but down he goes. Sky with the kill. And just like that, Team Solo Mid gets another ace. And this one's going to result in the third lane turret. The third and final lane turret to be dropped.
Yeah, Team Solo Mid their positioning in these fights is just so perfect. They're playing around the fact that the enemy has the gauntlet. We haven't really seen anybody get caught up yet. Evol is just keeping Best Chuck alive. Perfectly timed Fountains and Sigils just to keep him right on the edge of death just long enough to clean up fights.
Yeah, and so far he's really been fitting into this team, filling these pretty big shoes by Flash X. Again, it's a lot easier to fill those shoes when you've got Best Chuck NA and Von C on your team, but nonetheless, he's been playing absolutely outstanding as a support on this Lyra.
Yeah, and we see the gold lead extending here for Team Solo Mid, almost 8,000 gold lead, so it's going to be pretty hard for Infinity Rebirth to come back from this one, but you know, if Black Feather can get that breaking point and, you know, get into a little bit more defense, I definitely think they have a chance to bring this game back.
We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I mean, they have the potential, and we saw it with the proper Verse of Judgment coming in. If they can get it unblocked, there is a Crucible now, so you know you're gonna have to be very careful. And honestly, I think just maybe punishing Evol a little bit. Actually, this is where Evol's shined this game, is he's not allowed himself to get caught out, because if the Lyra does go down early, absolutely can Infinity Birth get back into this fight. There's a lot of support items and sustain that go down when Lyra does. But they haven't been able to get Evol knocked down to a low health. Evol's been able to stay very healthy for the majority of this game, even throughout the team fights.
Yeah, and you know, Lyra being a pretty squishy roamer in comparison to, you know, we have the Arden on the other team. She has a really low health pool and has really low defense stats as far as armor and shield. And they do have the potential to kill her. There's a lot of damage that's coming out in these fights out of Infinity Rebirth. It's just the targeting needs to be on the right person. You know, if Evol's caught out, yes, you guys can kill him pretty easily, but you know, you can't necessarily sacrifice all your damage onto the roamer as the Vox and the Sky are just, you know, getting all their damage down.
Alright, Team Solo Mid looking to move into position here for what could be maybe one of the last fights of the game. There's no lane turrets left. Another ace here would be detrimental, as it is only 12 minutes, but plenty of power in the tank for Team Solo Mid. Instead, rotating down, going to take away the jungle, continuing to take away this jungle, in fact, has just detrimented the gold economy for Infinity Rebirth here. They've struggled. Looking at that, already almost 10,000 gold behind at the 13-minute mark. And there's another fight breaking out. And Team Solo Mid, they want it. They're going to go in. The wait for it comes in. Death from Above does miss, but so much damage already done. Fountain comes out, but blocked out is that gauntlet. The damage goes one by one. Infinity Rebirth are dropping. There's nothing they can do. Look at that. Von C diving all the way into the Sanctuary. Gets the kill and the ace. And with just 20 seconds on these death timers, it could be plenty of time for Team Solo Mid to start to close this down. They don't have... Oh, no, here comes the ace buff minions here. So they might be able to take out this second... the second and last crystal turret It is dropping. Denominate, Team Solo Mid get game number 1.
I really would have liked to have seen out of that last fight, you know, Infinity Rebirth was playing really heavily around their Crystal Miner. I would have liked to have seen a minion candy come out. It adds a lot of damage if you're going to fight in that scenario. We've seen the health bars dropping pretty low out of TSM. I'm not sure it would have made the world of the difference, but, you know, depending on how the fight goes, it definitely could have, you know, pushed Team Solo Mid back a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. It's really hard to say. I think that they had a couple opportunities to secure those kills in the mid game before that Vox really came online. You saw he had the Breaking Point, Sorrow Blade, and the Poison Shiv, and at that point, you know, you're going up against that plus a 3-item Sky, and you're so far behind. You're behind in levels, you're behind in items. There's just not a lot you have in the tank to make those plays happen. And ultimately, Team Solo Mid does come away very clean game. Only 2 deaths, no turret. They have to be feeling pretty good about that one.
Absolutely. I mean, it's kind of what we expected, seeing TSM go up against a Challengers team, but I think Infinity Rebirth has a lot of potential. They may need to work on their positioning in some of these fights. And one of the things we noticed TSM doing is you see Best Chuck and Von C sharing the gold farm in the jungle quite often. We didn't really see that out of Infinity Rebirth. When it was both of them there, the roamer was also there. So the roamer was getting that ambient gold, which really could have helped them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're looking to get into game number 2 as we wrap up that first game. Very exciting one, in fact, because, you know, man, I mean, Team Solo Mid coming in here and just stomping and showing everybody that even with a sub on the support side, even without Flash X, these guys know exactly what they're doing. So it looks like just a quick word from Infinity Rebirth to give me the okay, and we should be able to get into game number 2. But what does Infinity Rebirth need to do to nominate? What can they do to try to adjust to that? I felt like they had a pretty good draft. I felt like they were able to get, you know, they got Von C onto a Sky, which is maybe a little bit squishier. Maybe not the absolute best jungle position that he, you know, best jungle hero he could play. What else can they do to probably get Team Solo Mid in something where they can manage?
Well, draft is pretty difficult to say because you can't really take TSM out of their comfort picks. You know, their hero pool is so wide that even if you really get them off of the hero they want to play, they probably already know a good counter in mind that they want to play into that pick. So it's pretty hard to outdraft TSM. You know, there are obvious counters you can get, but you know, there are always going to be counters. It's going to be how you choose to play them into each other. So I don't know if the draft is where they're going to win. It's going to be more prevalent on if they can stay grouped together in the early game and, you know, not lose that first engagement.
Well, we're going to get into the draft now as it has started, and Infinity Rebirth already taking a decent amount of time. I'm going to have to check on them and make sure that they got into this again. Oh, yep, they're here. Okay, so they took a little bit of time, and I think they made the right call. Last time we didn't see them ban out that Lyra, and I think that, you know, giving that Lyra over to Team Solo Mid, probably not a great idea. Team Solo Mid's going to ban out that Glaive, so now Infinity Rebirth on the clock. I think at this point, right, you take either a healer or you take one of the supports that you feel gives you the best chance to win.
I think you either need to go with the Adagio again. We discussed it being a strong flex pick, but you could also go with, and there's the Adagio. You could have also gone with just a flat out roam pick. That's always safe. You don't leave your carries able to get countered. And we see the Von C Grumpjaw come out of Team Solo Mid and a Lance Band to follow it up.
Yeah, and this is something that obviously Infinity Rebirth did their homework and didn't want to have to see, but they have got forced into it. They feel like the Lyra was just too much. And what I will say is you obviously don't want to give that Lyra and Grumpjaw together, so they've done a good job at making sure they don't give them both. What I'm curious to see is if that Grumpjaw is even more dominant than how the Lyra with that Sky was playing out to be. The Lance Band and now the Baron, so Infinity Rebirth actually... that's an interesting decision to take that Baron away. I think that they feel okay with Team Solo Mid playing the Vox again into that Adagio.
Well, with the way that Baron scales so heavily into the late game and the aggression that Grumpjaw can put out early, it's a pretty smart ban in my personal opinion. But what we're going to have to see out of Infinity Rebirth here, knowing the Scrumpjaw is on the table, we're going to have to get somebody that has a reliable stun so that if he does get that ult off, they're able to stun him up, get their teammate back, and hopefully follow up and finish off the fight.
Kestrel comes out. This is going to be absolutely insane. We see what Team Solo Mid can do when he gets on that Kestrel. A lot of damage. And so Von C looking to maybe light the fold up right now. Infinity Rebirth decides that they're going to take the Vox. And this is a great pick. I think the Vox is really strong, and we've seen that there's so many different ways you could build the Vox to counter whatever whatever the enemy team throws at you. You can go the Poison Shift route. You could go more damage. Obviously, Breaking Point still a formidable item to get on that Vox. And instead, Infinity Rebirth chooses an Ozo. Can't say I was expecting that pick to nominate.
I definitely wasn't expecting the Ozo pick. However, Ozo does function really well in the early game with Adagio just because he gets that bonus healing. He's able to get the AoE hits off with the Adagio buff. However, I'm a little disappointed to see that we don't really have a reliable stun for that Grumpjaw. Yes, Ozo has the stun, Adagio has the stun, but
yeah, they're not as reliable.
Yeah, Adagio's motionless when he's using his ult, and the Ozo, it's a really telegraphed ult that's easily blocked. So I really would have liked to have seen a Catherine or a Glaive come out of Infinity Rebirth here.
And I'll be honest, I mean, I've seen Ozos going into Kestrels are tough because it's obvious when the Ozo's looking to jump in, and if you're going to have, for instance, a weapon Kestrel, that sometimes it looks like it will be Kestrel in the lane, he'll be able to go invisible, and it's actually the Ozo that gets stunned up there with one of those glimmer shots over the active camo. So, going to be interesting to see as we get into this game for game number 2 if this is the draft Infinity Rebirth needs to get a win. But right now, I'll be honest, it really looks like Team Solomid has the better draft just because they got a hold of that Grumpjaw pick, and I don't feel that Ozo is going to counter that Grumpjaw.
I agree. I am really excited to see Evol on this Grumpjaw here, but again, I'm a little disappointed in the draft from Infinity Rebirth that they don't have a good active counter to the Grumpjaw, whether it's in the roam or the jungle position. You need that stun in order to cancel out the Grumpjaw's ability to remove someone from the fight.
Yeah, we will. We are going to need... Oh, everyone's back in, so we're going to be able to get this restarted. Yeah, I agree that would have been nice to see it. And this is where, when you're talking about support play, having the Adagio as a flex pick was great, but then once the Kestrel came out, it kind of forced them to play it as a support. And so now you don't have... I mean, and the Glaive's taken off the board as well. So Team Solomid doing a great job knowing that Glaive would be a good counter to that Grumpjaw, provided they got stuck with the Adagio support.
Yeah, I mean, we still had Catherine open on the table. That's why I was a little hesitant about the Vox pick. We could have gone with an Adagio in the lane again. They actually played a really strong Adagio last game, so I definitely would have liked to see that Adagio in the lane with somebody like a Catherine and a Kashka in the jungle. Kashka can do pretty well into Grumpjaw. Alpha can do pretty well into Grumpjaw. His high health pool allows that Aftershock proc to do a lot more damage. You get a lot more bang for your buck out of the gold you spend. It's just I'm not in love with the draft here. I definitely think Team Solomid has the edge already.
Yeah, absolutely agree. It's going to be very interesting to see because I think the game number 1, their draft was really strong, and I think that now just because of how Team Solomid adjusted for just that stronger draft, knowing what does work on the side of Infinity Rebirth, maybe doing a better job at playing into it. And with that, Evol is actually going to be a support Grumpjaw. So, this does change. It's not as big of a threat as you would be like with Von C going the carry Grumpjaw as far as damage. But what it does mean is that now you basically have someone who's going to just completely remove someone from the fight and run away, while all the damage from the Taka and Kestrel are going to be raining down on you.
Yeah, and we did see that early aggression from TSM again. Not quite as much as last game where they pushed all the way through to the backs, but we did see TSM pick up the mid. But Silent Killer was able to come in and pick up one of their bottom camps. So a little net loss, but not too much. And we see the Ozo coming in on Von C here.
Yeah, Von C, he's not able to do the kind of aggression he'd like, but up in the lane, we are going to see a rotation of Evol coming down. Von C, Evol looking to try to find Silent Killer caught out. And this is so early. There's no defense back here in the backs to help prevent it. Somebody here might rotate in and see that they are... No, instead, he's actually going to try to sneak in and go to take Von C's backs, which is, I think, a great heads-up play. We'll see if Best Chuck and A responds to it by rotating down.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I don't think they're in any real danger here, so I don't think he needs to rotate. I think the Taka and the Grumpjaw have enough early damage that they don't really need to be scared of an Ozo or an Adagio. You know, Taka's able to go into that box. He's already level 2. He's able to get that health up while he repositions. It's gonna be a rough game.
Just like that, somebody, oh, he doesn't get it! Vonsi steals away the tree head as somebody was looking to try to clean out his jungle. Vonsi getting that last thing, and of course his second tree head's up as well. So he didn't lose a lot for his trouble of going in, and he was able to steal away all of somebody's jungle. And yes, everybody, that is thunder you might be hearing. Pretty big storm brewing on my side. But it looks like we'll be okay. There shouldn't be any interruptions. And Vonsi now coming down, looking to get the Elder Treant. Evol just doing some zoning, putting some pressure. Look how much damage Evol's doing on the Silent Killer as a support. Goes in, Silent Killer drops very low. He's going to go down. And that is second blood going over. And both kills to Vonsi. This is very reminiscent of game number 1.
Yeah, and here we go again with the damage that Grumpjaw is able to put in the early game. Only having boots and an Iron Guard contract, he doesn't need any crystal power really to get that damage down. You know, just the base damage off of Grumpjaw's abilities, the increased attack speed off of his Hangry. There's so much potential out of the draft that TSM has here.
There is, and a lot of burst damage as well once they start to get ahead in golden items and take advantage of it. Interestingly enough, Z Snipers is a level ahead of Best Chukka and A, and when you take a look at the CS, just a slight lead as well. Best Chukka and A does finally get to level 4, but you can see there's a slight experience lead in favor of him. The other big story here is there's just not nearly as much of a discrepancy in the jungle. Somebody's level 3 and Vonsi's only level 4. We don't seeing that double, the 2-level lead that Vonsi had very quickly in that first game. So, and also the Taka, although really strong and does hit that mid-game stride, is going to be a little bit easier to deal with. So definitely not as strong as the Sky is at that mid-game point. Taka is looking to come in, and with the surprise attack, we'll see if he's able to land on it. He doesn't have too many high output damage items. Looking to go in. They don't really do that much damage. Both teams disengage.
Yeah, and we do see Taka already a level ahead, and the gold lead has extended to 1,000 now. Nowhere near as deep in the gold lead as we were last game, but you know, once the snowball starts rolling, Vonsi is definitely going to be able to capitalize. Taka is really good at getting in and out of the enemy jungle with his Kaku, and I definitely think we're going to see Vonsi start to accelerate here, especially now that he's level 6 and has that ult. That is a very deadly thing for Z Snipers here.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's finally hit that 2-level lead, and we were just talking about how he was only a level ahead of somebody. Now he's 2, looking to go in. Doesn't have an aftershock yet, and actually somebody doesn't have an aftershock either. So the Ozo really behind in itemization, and he's really not that far in CS. He's only 8 CS behind, but you can see he's struggled just securing some of that gold. Z Snipers now is still a little bit behind now. Best Chukka and A. Best Chukka and A actually able to take a CS lead. Oh boy, we got a fight breaking out in the lane. There was almost a kill. Fallon comes out, plus the heal from Adagio does save somebody. Vonsi's just going to get away.
Yeah, and we are going to see the acceleration of the Taka here because the build is significantly cheaper than going straight into Crystal Power. The Storm Crown Banner is a pretty affordable item, and it really speeds up your jungle clear, and we're not going to have that out of the Ozo. The Ozo is going to specialize in having those high crystal ratios for his Acro Bounce and his 3-ring Circus, and it really forces your hand. You can't build into that extra clear on the Crystal Ozo.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Ozo does do a lot of damage on the Crystal Path as you get, and scales pretty well into the mid-game. So does the Taka, but being behind already. Look at that. Vonsi going in so low. Does get the kill and escapes with his life. He's just not able to be brought down no matter what Infinity Rebirth seems to try. And that was a very deep turret dive by Vonsi at this point of the game.
Yeah, and the ability for Taka to gap close like that is a really strong suit here for them. You know, you're able to get those really heavy dives down. You get to that backline really quick. You don't take as many turret shots trying to get there. And then he does have the speed also from landing that basic attack, getting the heroic perk out, and that allows you to get that speed boost to get out of the fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been playing perfectly into kind of the more close encounters. We see him looking to go in again. Evo is not level 6 yet, so I think that offers a whole nother dynamic to these team fights as we get in. But they're already being very aggressive, able to come in. Look at it. At level 7, he is above all the carries. Vonsy definitely looking to make a statement. Snipers brought low. Vonsy thinking about maybe going in. I like what Silent Killer and team are doing by putting all those scout traps down. They're just trying to make sure they keep an eye on Vonsy.
I think cut out a little bit there on my end, but yeah, I think it was my connection. And Vonsy going very, very deep, getting that damage down. However, the Vox is able to survive, and we see Vonsy going low. But that Kaku in the fountain definitely heal him back up to a point where he can re-engage here. Not needing to, though, with Evol bringing the using the Grumpja ult to bring the Ozo back into that Kestrel trap that Best Chuck had set down. Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a crazy combination there.
There was just nothing that they could do. Infinity Rebirth actually just left their man to die because they understood that that would just been too much to try to save him with that active camo coming down. And we've seen the Grumpjaw into the active camo. It's a classic setup and an easy combo to pull off. So not really that impressive that they were able to do it. Just that when they do it, it hurts. We do see somebody looks to engage in. Actually gets over the active camo. I was surprised Best Trucker didn't turn around and nail that stun. But it's not going to matter as it doesn't connect. And these snipers all know he found the Taka, but not where he wanted to. And somebody
Vonsy easily able to clean up that kill.
Vonsy going back in again. And just so fast that the minion miner is not even able to get there in time. That's how fast he deleted the box.
Yeah, you definitely are going to have to watch out for this Taka as far as Vonsy is getting ahead. He already has that Aftershock. He already has that Storm Crown. We're going to see him move clearly into some more damage here. And here's the combination again with that Kestrel and Grumpjaw.
Now that Swallow, it looked like it canceled out the Verse of Judgment damage. Did I see that right? It was right at the very end of that windup where the Swallow came out and no Verse of Judgment was to be found. And
that is a long cooldown too with 1 point net ult. It's still, that's a 100-second cooldown that's just been burned.
Yeah, what it does, I mean, they weren't going to get the gold mine anyways as the gold mine was secured before it came out, but there was no damage brought in, and just like that, it is Team Solo Mid. Combo again! I love how Taka goes in, lines up with that one-shot, one-kill. Snipers drop to low, half health here. They look to try to go in again. They do catch Evol, but it's not the guy they wanted. Do they find it? But this is what we've talked about. You try to get in on the Kestrel, you're going to get blown up with that active camo Glimmer Shot combo. Oh, Vonsy gets the Ozo as he goes back in again. And this is going to force Infinity Rebirth to get as far behind to their turret as possible. Vonsy, he's just not letting up.
One thing I do want to point out in that last fight there is the Ozo engaged with his ult.
Oh.
And Sniper's going to get caught out a little bit there. That Grumpja ult playing a huge part in these fights. The only real stun they have, though, is this Ozo, and we can't see him engage with that ult because every single fight we're losing a teammate to this Grumpjaw, and he really needs to save that ult. It may still get blocked, but then you're at least burning that Crucible out of the Grumpjaw, and these are things that you have to think about if you want to compete against a team like Team Solo Mid. You can't let simple mistakes cost you great opportunities.
But the other thing too is these Ozo ults have kind of mystified me because they're coming from such a long distance. They're not even going to push back. Oh wow, Evol being cheeky with that Grumpjaw over the pit, as we've seen a few people pull off, and I think he just wanted to show that off for everybody. But, he's coming in from such a distance, I don't even think his team could get in position, even if he nailed the acro bounce. I mean, I don't even think they could get into that position and make a play happen. So he kind of needs to save it, like you said, and use it once they're kind of more neck and neck in the fight. And when his team is there to back it up, because if he does land it and his team's not there to follow up with that stun, it's going to be another completely wasted ultimate.
Yeah, and I definitely think this Ozo has the potential to get a lot of damage down. You know, we know that acro bounce range is pretty crazy, but Bonsi going in very deep here.
Very deep, looking to try to find something because the one shot hit the Z snipers, but he's able to get out. In fact, get out with very little health missing. Tries to go back in, hits the Ozo instead of the Vox. I don't know if that was the target he was looking for, and now it's Von C who's pretty low. He better be careful. He's been very, very confident in his ability to get in and out of these fights. Ozo looking to come in, gets over the active camo, gets on the best chuck at A. Crucible has to come out. Look, there's the swallow. Ozo's taken out. There's no active camo to follow up. It doesn't matter. Von C finds the kill. There's a drop versus Judgment. It's not going to do anything. And Team Solo Mid, they secure the ace. And this is going to be another turret. They might even get 2 turrets out of this push.
I definitely think they have the damage here to get 2 turrets out. You see Von C taking the aggro so that the turret doesn't kill that 1 minion they have. And that's more than enough to help them get that turret down.
Absolutely. Plenty of damage. Team Solo Mid is looking to secure game number 2. They have got no deaths on their team. They have looked flawless up to this point. And between both games, really putting on a clinic against Infinity. And, you know, of course, not surprising, Infinity Rebirth knows that they have their work cut out for them, trying to go up against this number 2 seed, arguably one of the best teams in all of North America. And unfortunately, just coming up way too short to make a comeback here. And at 13 minutes, it's not over, but you have to imagine, Day, that there's just not much that Infinity Rebirth can really do. The composition doesn't really scale enough. There's nothing that comes online in the next 2 minutes that's going to help them turn this game around.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the Ozo is primarily about its early and mid-game aggression, and they've already lost out that early and mid-game. And we did see in that last fight the amount of damage that this Ozo can put down on the Kestrel, nearly killing Best Chuck and A. But that goes back to what you'd mentioned earlier. You know, when you bring yourself out of the range of your teammates, there's not much you can do at that point. You know, we saw the Kestrel get really low, but there was no Vox or Adagio in range to follow up, and we do see them pick up a kill here on Von C.
They do get the kill, and they're looking to get another. What? Infinity Rebirth? Am I going to eat my words? Are they going to secure this? Not sure how this happened, as they are going to secure the ace, and in an unbelievable turn of events, maybe a little bit of over-aggression from Team Solo Mid, is going to be a turret. The first turret and the first 3 kills of this game going over to Infinity.
You know, just as we were talking about being a little out of range of your team, you know, that's exactly what happened in that last fight. Von C dove really heavily to try to get on Z snipers, and it really cost him because there was no damage from his team to follow up. And, you know, here we're in this same scenario. He just went and dove in, and it looks like that fight went a little better for him, but we do see him burn down really low. And, you know, I think that Infinity had a pretty good chance here, and they may have overstayed their welcome.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, it's going to be another kill here and an ace. And what looked like a crazy play out of Infinity Rebirth is all going to get negated. Von C being over-aggressive and able to make it happen here. Team Solo Mid looking to close this out and secure the win. They're very close with the Kraken up. It looks like now they will have to resort to the Kraken. I think that ace and the turret, 2 turrets, in fact, gave Infinity Rebirth too much gold. Team Solo Mid's not going to risk it, and it's going to be able to, once they secure this, start looking at that final push.
I see the amount of damage that they're able to put out here. The weapon Kestrel and Crystal Taka are very good at taking objectives, and you know, that Kraken was taken in a matter of seconds. You know, no chance for Infinity Rebirth to even come and attempt to steal. So we're just, you know, hopefully Evol can get a good ult here and pick somebody out of the fight, and they can capitalize on it and end this game.
Nice recall by all of Infinity Rebirth. They don't want to get caught out here. Von C, though, looking to just push here. Actually, kind of just checking to see where the enemy team is. But here comes Kraken, barely down the lane. And just like that, oh, Goodson lands the Atlas. Attack speed slowed up both the Adagio and on the Vox. It's going to hurt them immensely. They get the Vox. They're able to put him out right in the one shot. He's going to get away. Oh, wasted Fountain since they did get to the base in time. But that means they're just going to try to come in here and try to stop the bleeding. Team Solo Mid looking to come in, looking to finish this game off. There's Vox. He's dropping. He goes down. Silent Killer's next. And it's going to be... Oh, he gets the Versa Judgment off, but it's too late. As now the final nail in the coffin is going to fall The hammer has struck, and it is going to be GG Team Solo Mid with the victory.
And I don't really think anybody is too impressed or shocked by this win. You know, Team Solo Mid is constantly one of the leaders of North America. But, you know, for Infinity Rebirth, I think from being a challengers team going up against one of the best teams in North America, I think they did a really good job, you know. It's going to be a matter of practicing, you know, things like your fountains, practicing your positioning, and I think that they can be a pretty good contender here for the Challenger Series coming up.
Yeah, and I have to say that the Ozo play was the challenge for a lot of that, because I feel like the Ozo pick could have been good. He was just getting kind of away from his team, extending. I thought the Ozo was pushing too far forward, and you saw there was a few plays where if they had landed that damage and actually punished the Taka early enough in the fight before and not separating from their team as much, they may have been able to get one of those kills earlier. And we saw when they did get an early kill, they were able to make something happen with it. They got an ace, but it just was coming together a little bit too late. And you know, they got that ace, and I think they, you know, overextended and stayed too long, and then Team Solo Mid just absolutely punished them for it.
Absolutely, and that goes back into when we said, you know, Evol plays with a very similar strategy to Flash X, so I really didn't feel them out of their comfort zone here. So, you know, looking forward into the follow-up games, I think that Team Solo Mid is definitely going to be one of the teams to watch.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, coming into this tournament, they and Cloud9 are two of the top teams, obviously, from North America, and they obviously have a chance of winning the whole thing, but there's a lot of strong contenders coming into this one, and we're just going to have to wait how it all plays out. We actually are getting ready for our next matchup in just a few minutes, so we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, it is going to be Immortals matching up against their competitor tonight. You're not going to want to miss that one. It's definitely going to be a very close, exciting one here. But we're going to be right back as we get ready for our second series of the night.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome everybody. We are back off the break and getting ready for our next matchup of tonight. And this is one I actually think has a lot of more deeper implications to the rest of the season and how it's going to play out, because these are both rosters that are very strong and are also teams, one team looking to refine themselves in a way, and another team looking to put in their name back on the map. Of course, I am talking about Immortals versus Gods with 6 S's, oddly enough. But let's talk a little bit about this team, about these rosters. There's a lot to talk about here, Denomine, because, you know, we all know the Immortals. A lot of the same team that was there in Unified Live Championships is on this one, but the starters tonight are a little bit different. It is Sui Generis, Pon the Original, and Dienzio. And we were talking during the break, Denomine, that, you know, it is a different team that we're looking at here. This is a true support in Sui Generis with Pon and Dienzio as that carry, as that helm. There's a real chance that this team could really start to find some rhythm.
Yeah, and, you know, it's not out of the ordinary for us to see Pon play with them. You know, he has in the past. And I think it's going to be pretty easy for them to gain some synergy and gain some momentum. You know, it opens up the possibility that he could be a sub in the main season. You know, only time will tell. And we know Immortals, you know, they don't always necessarily play the best in the preseason, but usually when we get into live events, they prove time and time again that they are a strong contending team. You know, they've taken down the giants of C9 and Team Solo Mid, and, you know, they have the potential to be one of the best teams in North America.
They really do, but they've got their work cut out for them. And so trying to reform this roster, and this is actually a roster that had played extensively together a couple seasons ago in VIS, in VISPRO, and they had a lot of success. But it's a whole different time. It's a whole different ballpark. And, you know, Gods, this is the former NRG roster. So these guys got a lot of proof. They have a huge chip on their shoulder coming into the night because I think they feel a little bit jibbed. They weren't able to get re-signed for this season. So they're free agents of sorts. And yet these are players that have a good reputation of being able to play and hang with some of the top teams. I'm really curious to see, you know, because this is a very big challenger match implication. These are both teams that are likely going to be in the challengers. I'm curious to see how this matchup goes just because of what that means for next season.
That is correct. I think out of the games we have tonight, I think this is going to be one of the closest and, you know, hardest to call games. You know, these are both really good teams. You know, we've seen Gatsby, you know, shine in all these moments, you know, playing on his various teams throughout time. And, you know, maybe this is the combination. This is where, you know, Gatsby and Archaic, you know, have enough synergy at this point that they might be able to take down Immortals.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we're going to have to find out because we are getting into the draft here, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 1. This is Immortals versus Gods. And as we start in, the clock is started. Players are looking to put in their first ban, and it is Immortals that is going to start off. And Gwen ban coming out first. And I actually like this ban in a lot of cases because it takes Gwen, who is a very powerful weapon carry, from some players who are really good at Gwen. And maybe this is kind of a priority pick against Gods.
It could be, and, you know, it's pretty interesting to see the Gwen as the first ban, unless if it is targeted. But Gwen is a very good laner. You know, she has essentially that reflex block built in with her skedaddle, so she has a lot of potential where she can eliminate a lot of CC from the other team in the early game.
Gods, and we typically see this is if you're going to ban a laner, the enemy team will ban another laner. This ensures that both healers or both supports are available. So Vox is taken away. I think Immortals takes the Lyra here. They could take Finn or Arden, but I feel like Lyra is a stronger composition. You could play so many more heroes with it. And I think that, you know, it's a no-brainer. The other thing they could take here probably is if they decide, oh no, they take the Lyra. And I think Gods here just takes the Adagio to split up the healers.
Yeah, I definitely think you don't want to go against a double heal composition out of Immortals. And, you know, the Vox ban is a pretty smart ban for their other laner because that's where Baron really shines. The short range of Vox allows Baron to put a lot of pressure down. So that almost immediately takes this Baron priority pick off the table. You know, it can still be played, but at what effectiveness? You know, a Ringo is pretty good into a Baron, you know, with that burst capability that he has. And we see the Grumpjaw picked up by by NRG here.
Now, I think this is interesting because I would have picked the Adagio ban the Grumpjaw. They clearly feel like they need to have this Grumpjaw, though, because obviously you don't want to give it over to Immortals with that Lyra Grumpjaw combo. And instead they ban the Scarf. This feels like a targeted play onto Dienzio. Dienzio's Scarf is very, very, very strong, very good, even when Scarf's out of meta. The Lance ban comes in, and Gods is going to be able to go be up next for the next pick. And, you know, they can actually, I like the Grumpjaw because it is a flex pick, and I'm actually surprised Immortals allowed Adagio through, because you could go Grumpjaw and then still do Adagio in the lane.
And one of the safe picks on B side here is, you know, they didn't go with that Adagio, but we haven't really seen too much Adagio out of Immortals, so I don't know if the double heal comp is necessarily a comfort pick for them. You know, yes, they can go for it, but if you're not comfortable playing it, you can put yourself at a huge disadvantage really quick.
You know, no, that is absolutely true. And it's actually likely that we're not going to see it at all, as Gods is kind of, oh, well, no, they do pick it. It is going to be double heal for Immortals, and I'm just curious if Gods are going to be kicking themselves for that, to allow that through, or if they're baiting it.
It's really hard to say at this point in the draft. We'll just have to see what this last pick is. You know, it is possible we could see either a Lyra or an Adagio in the lane. I do think Adagio is the stronger, easier to play laner right now. And Lyra obviously has that scaling heal as she builds health. And it looks like we're going to have a weapon glaive out of the jungle here.
So yeah, the double heal with the glaive, I do like this. There's a lot of engage on this team with those portals, the sigils, as well as the glaive's afterburn. And Adagio can actually just poke away from the back line. And I feel like this is a strong front line. This is really hard to get to the Adagio. And I think that, you know, the poke from the Kestrel is going to be very important here, because this is really going to be the only line of attack they have unless they get another poke hero.
I do like this draft here that Immortals has going into the Grumpjaw. You know, we were discussing earlier that these stuns are important against Grumpjaw, and we do have this glaive, and we have the Lyra who's going to be able to put down her Bright Bulwark and get the speed boost out of her A, and, you know, create some distance or close some gaps. So
I would say yeah, that Bulwark is actually a great counter to Grumpjaw as a whole. So you like to play Lyra with it, but going against the Lyra as a Grumpjaw is always a pain.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to see probably a weapon Kestrel in the lane and a crystal Grumpjaw in the jungle, so maybe not perhaps as much tankiness as from the Grumpjaw going into the late game. But one thing we're going to have to watch out is this Glaive Adagio combo with the Lyra. Glaive can, if you try to overextend and get to that Adagio, Glaive's going to punch you in, that Bright Bulwark is going to drop, Adagio is going to follow up with the self-heal Gift of Fire, which is going to slow you and give him just tons of damage with the self-buff from his Agent of Wrath.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, we have seen with the double heal comp a lot of times just going Sorrowblade even when they're playing Blackfeather. So I think that with the Glaive, you're going to see probably a straight into Sorrowblade and then possibly Breaking Point. So he's going to have so much sustain. He's going to be able to get in these fights and last a long time. Plus Glaive was one of the most health of all heroes in Vainglory. So definitely puts him at a nice advantage. And into game number 1 we are going to go, everybody, as we'll see if the likes of Gods, if Gods are great enough to take down Immortals. We will have to see. A little play on words there. Anyways, here we go. Denominate and myself, Dragonborn, we are casting game number 1 of Immortals versus Gods. And a few thoughts just out the gate is, as the, you know, we can finally get a chance to let these compositions digest. One of the things I will say is, you know, it's going to be actually kind of hard. We were talking about the aggressiveness that can come from a Lyra and a Glaive, but with that Kestrel and the Arden and Grumpjaw, it's going to be kind of hard to get into that back line. That's a really strong front line, and there's a lot of poke from Gaspy, even though it does look like he's going, is he going to go to the weapon path or crystal path? It's hard to say yet.
I definitely think Gaspy is going to go the weapon path. I think I think it just makes more sense in the lane. You have those basic attacks, able to clear the waves. You can get a lot of poke down on your enemy. I'm pretty confident it's going to be a weapon Kestrel, Crystal Grumpjaw. Now that being said, we noticed that Gaspy picked up a little bit of shield, you know, knowing this Adagio is going to be able to get some poke down, and Adagio picked up boots, and I'm not I'm not entirely sure why go with the boots as opposed to a crystal bit with the swift shooter here. We'll have to see. Maybe it's for a quick jungle rotation. It's really hard to say this early in the game during the farming phase.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, except maybe to be able to rotate down in case there was an over-aggressiveness, or if they pushed into the jungle. But maybe it was a misclick, maybe it was a misbuy, as it's obviously an item you want eventually anyway, so I think you can just easily play around with, the early game with it. It does mean he doesn't have any extra crystal damage, but even having the boots instead of some crystal damage, he's still putting a lot of damage on the Gatsby. Look how quickly Gatsby gets dropped here once Dienzio applies that burn.
Yeah, that's one of the things we definitely do see out of the Adagio in the early game. We were discussing earlier that Lyra can be played in the lane, but the amount of pressure that Adagio is able to put down if he gets that burn off on you, followed by the Agent of Wrath, it's amplified damage when you get that combo down correctly. So, Kestrel being a very low health squishy target, as most laners are, it's such a strong pick here, and we're really going to have to see if Gatsby in the late game here can get some good active camos down, bait the glaive or bait the Lyra in and get some damage down.
Alright guys, I am putting in a pause here. Afro, I don't know if you noticed, was still for a good chunk. Now, he's he's out of range of damage and he's able to get all of that ambient gold, but we are just going to check real quick to make sure that there was no disconnect, as that would definitely impact this game here real quick. So give us a quick second to confirm with the players to make sure they're okay.
Yeah, we definitely have a disconnect here out of the Arden though, so hopefully he'll be able to get back in, we'll be able to finish up these games, and this is an important part of making sure that your connection is going to be good at the beginning of a game.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely important, and obviously, things like lag and such, that's not necessarily something we can help with, but when a disconnect occurs, definitely want to make sure they can get back into this match. And we are going to get an update from the players right now, as it was a disconnect, which is odd because they, didn't, it just occurred and weren't even able to let us know, but it was easy to see for sure.
Yeah, and this patch in particular, I personally have had some issues with the game crashing. That is a possibility too. It's not always at the player's fault. So hopefully he can get back in here. Hopefully it's something simple and it's not going to affect the rest of the game. We're already down a little bit here. Gold lead's only about 700. As you were saying, he is still in range of that ambient gold. But, as the wave gets further away from that turret, he was probably missing some too.
All right, guys, we're ready to get back into this game. He's back. The gods are back, as we'll look to jump down here. And there's a little bit of action happening in the jungle. It is Archaic. He's trying to deal with Pond, but he gets the healer, gets the Treant. It's going to force Pond out of there. Sweej, he gets lit up. And now Pond's running as fast as he can. And just like that, Archaic on this Grumpjaw doing a lot of work early, getting a lot of damage done. And getting that first blood. That first blood, very critical, and for it to go onto that Grumpjaw. And you have to imagine Archaic feeling pretty good about that.
Yeah, and we already discussed how strong this Grumpjaw early and mid game is. As a jungler as opposed to a roamer, he doesn't quite have that tankiness he does in the late game. But getting this gold advantage early onto him, we were just talking about how it was a 700-800 gold lead, and now we're down to 200. So that first blood making a huge difference here.
Absolutely. And now the rotation, as Kestrel's coming back from a recall, Archaic comes up, keeps that lane pushed up with the Arden, just in case there was a push from the side of Immortals. Instead, Pond rotating down to the bottom of the jungle near the jungle shop minions. Going to clear that out. And the Elder Treant's gone, so they're just going to wait for the shop to probably come back in a few seconds.
And I just do want to point out that we do have a commitment from Gatsby to the weapon build. So it is going to be a Crystal Grumpjaw in the jungle.
And you're right, that made a lot more sense than the Crystal Kestrel. And of course, this Crystal Grumpjaw can do a lot. Oh, Pond steals away that tree, and the mid camp takes it and gets the gold and the healing, of course, forcing Archaic to just completely ignore him. I mean, once you get that healer and you disengage, there's really not a lot the enemy team can do. But what it does mean, Archaic is going to shop. Afro gets that Fountain of Renewal at the 4-minute mark, so that's definitely a big buy item for him. Sui Generis is very, very close to also getting it. Actually should have enough gold now to rotate and grab that, or pretty soon anyways. And so it will be pretty even footing, unless Gods can fight here before Swedes can go down and shop. I don't think they're going to be able to get that kind of position. At least
probably
not yet.
With the way the lane is. No, with where the lane is dead set in the center, it's really going to take someone overextending. The Grumpjaw is not level 6 yet, and you know Glaive has that afterburn all the time. So the real engagement potential here is going to be once Archaic gets level 6, we see he's going that Crystal Path. He's going to have the cooldown from the Aftershock and the Storm Crown. That's when their game is really going to take off. That's when they're going to have the engage and the strength that they need, where they can eliminate, you know, I think the ideal target would be to get the Lyra out of the fight, since she has that anti-CC, she has the heal, and then they can burst down DNZO on this Adagio.
We'll have to see, because it's also possible that if you can take the Glaive, who's a high level, and get him under turret with maybe some boots, and take him out of the fight, that definitely means that with level 6 Grumpjaw versus level 4 laner, or now Dienzo just hit level 5 actually, as so did Gaspy. It's a little bit different equation, but you're right. As we get farther and farther into the late game, this Lyra has to be a priority pick off with this Grumpjaw to take out of the fights.
Yeah, getting that fountain down early and Adagio being a pretty squishy target, you know, he does have that self-heal. It's not quite as strong when you go the Crystal Path, though. You know, it scales a little more when you build that extra base health. So he is going to have a little bit of sustain, but for the most part, we don't see Adagios build a whole lot of defense until they complete a couple offensive items. So getting Sui Generis, who has just a massive amount of sustain between the sigils and the fountain, and the Kestrel does go down, and here you were talking about getting that Glaive and taking him behind turret, and hopefully we'll see a little bit of damage, but the fountain does come out of Sui, the sigil comes out of Sui, and Pana is looking pretty healthy.
They're going to get a kill onto Afro, and that's another 2-for-1 trade, and Pan doing a great job going in there, getting down the damage. As it does look like Immortals now, even though they lost that first blood, are starting to find some rhythm here on this roster. And with this wave pushing up here, they're going to be able to get a little bit of damage on it, but I think that, you know, ultimately the jungle is going to be their primary target here. As they
looking like we might have, Playboy might be lagging out again. Oh, nope, it looks like he's back. Maybe.
Yeah, I'll have to confirm here. I did just look at the Mob Crush chat, and I did see Sui Generis saying Dienzio was lagging. Now, they did just pick up a kill here, so I'm not going to quite pause, but Sui J, if you DM me on Discord, I could definitely take care of it if there's some issues there. But I don't see an issue right now with Immortals, as they are doing just fine. Looking to get another kill. They do snare. Grumpjaw's trapped in. Get a little bit of damage, but he's going to get away. So it's going to be another jungle rotation here. Suijay, nice scout trap to be able to get that vision up against Immortals. Up against, I mean, the gods. And Goldmine is going to be in order here. They're going to get the secure. Nice block out. Pond blocks the one-shot, one kill. And this is just a kind of clean, professional play you'd expect at the top from Immortals here. And so far, I really like what this roster's been putting together, because no doubt that the roster here on Gods has been able to have some success in the Challenger Series, and this is going to be a foe that they're going to have to be prepared for come next season. As we get into it, Gaspy, just taking a look at the lane CS, I mean, he's actually struggling against this Adagio on Zio, and Zio doing a good job. Not quite at the 10 CS per minute, but out CSing the Kestrel, and that's going to help. I think Adagios typically have that ability, if played correctly, to pressure and out farm in the lane against a lot of these weapon carries, just because that burn can kind of creep up on you and keep a laner maybe a little bit farther away than he'd intend.
Well, we actually, Gaspy was ahead until that last fight where we got down, you know, we killed the Arden, killed the Kestrel. So this has been Dienzio playing a little bit of a catch-up game here, and he's doing well, you know. We've always noticed with Immortals is, you know, when things aren't going their way, you know, yes, they lost out on that first blood. Sui was a little overextended, but they keep their composure. They're definitely good at making sure that they don't let things like that put them on tilt so they can get back into the game.
Oh no, Dienzio gets knocked out, but the afterburn gets him out of there. The gauntlet comes down and stuns up Zio again, so have to give Gods a lot of credit on those combo play between both the gauntlet and the hungry Grumpjaw, but they get away. No kills on either side, and now Immortals has their wave pushing up to the turret of Gods, looking to try to make a play happen. And that, Zeo definitely face-checked that bush. Was a big misguided play, but Pond the original bailed him out with that afterburn.
Yeah, it was really, really well timed by Pond. It was right early in that Grumpjaw ult. He was able to get Zeo out before he was in any real danger. And we see him going very aggressive here, but Pond is taking a lot of damage, and Zeo actually falls to the turret, giving that gold over to Gaspy.
Yeah, and picks up a breaking point with it. That was so close. We weren't following it. I actually thought the Adagio with his heal should have been able to survive that. But yeah, just taking way too many shots. I think it was the right call, though. I mean, they were able to allow Pond to stay alive, and he was able to pick up a lot of damage. And almost got that turret down as they looked to... You're trying to find that second kill and just weren't able to secure it.
Yeah, and we're still in the kind of early mid game, so staying that long underneath turrets is a pretty dangerous thing. Those turret shots ramp up really quick before you get a whole lot of defense, and that's really what we saw happen to the Adagio there. We discussed earlier that Adagios tend to not pick up too much defense, and that's why we've seen those 3 turret shots really start chunking away at Zeo.
Zeo takes a one-shot, one kill, healed up with that bulwark. Sigil comes out for good measure, as Zeo has been the target of a few of those hungry Grumpjaw gulps, but nothing really going to happen there. Rotate down, there's going to be a shop. Infusion's bot, so it looks like Immortals are primed for the next fight. You see Glaive picks up his infusion too, so dual infusions across the carries here at Immortals. No infusions out. Oh no, the Grumpjaw does have an infusion in the bank, but the Gaspy does not. So this could be a slight advantage. Swallow comes in, but here comes the Gauntlet. The Gauntlet does miss, but the Grumpjaw's going to put D'Anzio just right in the middle. There's a Sigil to come in to heal him up, and now it's going to be Gods. They're going to be backing away. Afro has to use that Falcon on himself, just in case there would have been the follow-up from Immortals. And again, another fight where nobody goes down, but it's a push into the turret of Gods again, thanks to Immortals. Really well, good play. Oh, Archaic almost gets caught out. Does be able to get away from that one. Looks to re-engage. First the Judgment comes out, but swallowed! It's oh man, so this is a huge disadvantage. One shot, one kill comes out. Still no kills. This is really probably the longest fight I have seen tonight between all these teams. Unbelievable.
Longest fight with nobody dying either. Everybody comes out alive on that so far. One thing I do want to point out is Archaic had a very good block on the Afterburn there. The stun from Afterburn doesn't actually come out until after the distance is traveled. So you did see him get punted away from the fight, but he was able to keep Zeo out of it there.
Yeah, I mean, it was overall really great synergy across the team. Goldmine's going to be started up, but I don't think they realize that Gods are here. They're looking to come in. Archaic's got 2 triads on his belt, so he's going to have enough heal to be able to go into this fight sustained. Goldmine does go over to Immortals, though, but they've got to get out of here quickly as you see Gods. They are engaging as aggressively as possible. Going to drop into that active... Oh, he misses the active camo. Pond comes out. Fallon to save Pond as Immortals are still alive. Unbelievable. Nobody has died over the last 3 minutes, even with all the team fighting.
Well, Sui just popped Fountain, and a little bit wide there on the one-shot, one-kill. Possibly could have picked up Zeo, and Archaic going very deep underneath this Crystal Sentry. And the Crystal Sentry actually takes down Gaspy. You really need to respect the damage out of this Crystal Sentry when you're on a squishy hero like Kestrel.
And I love how the Crystal Sentry looks for the weakest man, regardless of who's doing the attacking. Finds Gaspy, takes him out. Afro's caught out. He's looking to try to get away. Archaic, he better just bail on him. And he is doing exactly that as Afro... Oh no, Pond spots it out. Tries to maybe disengage. There's the Swallow. And the Gauntlet to come in. You're going to see the nice defensive Gauntlet to keep Pond back and saves the play. But, kind of sad that you have to waste the Gauntlet just for that. As you really don't gain a lot from it. One shot, one kill comes out and lands on Pond. But really is just going to push Immortals back.
Well, and that ult coming out of Grumpjaw there was very defensive too. One more basic attack would have took down Arden, which would have put a little more gold in Pond the Original's pocket. Instead, Archaic swallowed him up and used his A to get him further away from the fight. And that really saved Playboy Afro. So I think these plays coming out of Gods have been really on point. They did lose their turret, but the fights have been going really well on their way. You know, we're getting really good targeting out of this Grumpjaw, and the Kestrel is able to dance around the fight and really get that damage down.
Yeah, absolutely. And just, I kind of wish we had a statistic for how long a team can engage each other back and forth and nobody die, as it seemed like it was going forever. Immortals does have the first turret. They are in the gold lead by 3,000 and looking to keep applying the pressure here. I think Pond's really been the difference maker in this team so far. This glaive play has been on point. Very aggressive, able to get locked down. Here comes the engage as they look to jump on. Versus Judgment comes out. Well timed, but there's the swallow. It gets knocked right out though, and there's a kill. And finally, Immortals finding a kill early in this fight. I say early compared to what we've seen. We do see Pond. He's looking to try to continue on to Archaic. Nice sigil. There's a stun. Archaic's now going to try to get away, but all three members of Immortals are chasing him, and he is going to go down here with one more attack. Yeah, right there from... Oh, wow. Very defensive Swallow just to give a few extra seconds. It's not going to save the ace. There's an ace, and Immortals now looking to push this lane and take this next turret.
Yeah, and this is a good opportunity for them. You know, they're able to push this double ace wave into turret, and they're going to be able to safely take this Kraken. You know, they're smart enough to know, you know, this Kestrel's up. She's going to have that one shot, one kill. I don't think she's going to have a clear opportunity to get it. They're going to know. You can already see him positioning on that side of the Kraken in hopes to block it off. And, you know, it's going to be a free Kraken to follow up that ace.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolutely the worst thing that could happen. The only saving grace is they didn't get that second turret yet, so they're going to have to use the Kraken push to get it. It buys them a little bit extra time, and likely means that you're only going to get 2 turrets out of this push maximum from Immortals. Which is the, you know, I guess a little bit better than a crystal turret going down in the process as well. And Gods now need to reposition and get back into the fight here. Immortals was able to get the jump on the last time. Yeah, they're gonna have to get away from here because here comes Zio and company. And the first turret is a gimme. There's not much they could do to defend that as they move on to turret number 3.
And this Kraken is still pretty healthy, so if they get the choke point turret, despite only a slight gold gain on their side, over losing the Kraken, that choke point turret is a very, very strong you know, defense mechanism, you know, to be able to run back. That's where your health is at from your fountain, and you know, this Kraken is still very, very healthy. Immortals is playing this fight so well, making sure the damage is not focused on this Kraken, and the Kestrel does go down in that fight. We see all the damage coming out of this Adagio, and when you get that self-burn on you, the Adagio just has so much damage having 3 crystal items, and this is going to be game 1 for Immortals.
That's exactly what happened. Yes, Adagio, you just saw how quickly Gatsby melted, just not enough shield, and in an unbelievable turn of events, that Kraken push that, you know, you're thinking best case, they're only going to get 2 for Gods, but instead Gods gives up all 4 turrets and the crystal, and GG, Immortals comes out victorious with the win. I really feel like just a very poor misplay and handling of that Kraken push by Gods resulted in that. It's not the way you kind of expected it to go, and ultimately Immortals coming out very, very clean.
One thing I do want to point out on the builds there is Zio had built that Frostburn on the Adagio and got the burn off on Gatsby in those last 2 fights, and that ticking crystal damage is constantly reapplying the Frostburn and was able to keep him in range long enough for Zio to get, you know, 3 of 4 basic attacks down and get that kill, and that's what really made a difference there.
Yeah, absolutely, and in fact, because it forced all of Gods to go back to their sanctuary, allowed them to push uncontested into that first crystal turret, and then from there they re-engaged and deleted the crystal the Kestrel so quickly. Then the turrets, then to finally gain the crystal. It was just a very strong, dominant play all around by Immortals, and they have to feel really good about that game because it was very close for a good portion of it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, I definitely think we're going to see a little more prioritization on not giving away the double heal. You know, we kind of questioned it. You know, does Immortals really play a whole lot of Adagio? We haven't seen it too much out of Zio, but, you know, Zio definitely came into this game showing, you know, I am a flexible laner. I have a large hero pool, and I can pick up this Adagio and show you how to play it.
Yeah, and that's something that I think was a risk for Gods. They took it. We've seen some teams bait the double heal and play well against it, but in this time around, it just wasn't in the cards for Gods, and they ultimately fall. So we are going to get ready for game number 2, and actually the players are ready to get into the draft. So I don't really think we need to wait much longer to get this one started, Day.
Yeah, I need to get the right draft open real quick. My bad. I clicked game 3 on accident.
Yeah, no problem. And I mean, we're about ready to get into it, so I am going to jump in, and we're going to get in. As of course, you'll be getting in as well in just a few seconds. So draft for game number 2 is underway. And I think that Gods, now that they're on to A side, they have an opportunity to change the flow of the draft. That Grum Drop ban does come out. So they got to play it, but definitely respecting it and not wanting it to go over. Gwen's going to come out as well.
Yeah, and this is the second time we've seen the first ban Gwen out of Immortals here, so I'm definitely thinking it's got to be something they either just really, really don't want to have to play into. You know, we see them prioritizing the glaive. You know, maybe they're trying to focus around a CC-based comp, and they don't want that Gwen to have that early game ability to block out some of that. Or it could be targeted. These guys run into each other all of the time in ranked queue, and I'm sure, Gatsby gets a chance to play a lot of Gwen, and it's something that Hammers just doesn't want to have to deal with.
Now, in this case, they are going to take the Adagio. I was going to say, if Immortals didn't want to play the Adagio, they could have, of course, banned it in the following pick, but instead they do take it, and this is what you normally see. I actually think was a huge risk that Gods took in draft number 1, not splitting the healers. And of course, Immortals is going to. For the next ban, I have to imagine that they may do something that's going to be as a result of the game they just played. I will say that, with Grumtra already gone, and you've got one of the healers, there's just not a lot left here. So you maybe have to imagine if they've done their research on Archaic, they might be able to find something here to ban. Otherwise, they really could pick almost anything. We did see a Baron ban last pick. Instead, it's going to be a Vox coming out.
Vox is one of those heroes that he definitely has a stronger late game than an early game, but his mobility in the early game can also give him a lot of potential in these fights. It's always a safe ban. But again, we go into this zone where you could have baited out the Vox pick. You could have allowed Gods to pick up this Vox and then countered it by flexing this Adagio into a roam position, picking up the Baron, and we'll just have to see how the rest of the draft goes, but I think there was a pretty strong missed opportunity there. So we have this glaive pickup, so we now have 2 pretty strong flex picks out of Immortals.
And actually, the power of the flex pick, but it actually forced Gods to do the Lance ban, which is pretty impressive considering that this could have been a support Adagio, and now it could be a support glaive. So banning that Lance was something they kind of felt like they were forced to do, even though it's possible they're not going to pick it, just at how the draft is playing out so far. And that is the power of those flex picks for sure. So now over to Gods. They've already got their support kind of nailed down. There's so many heroes that do mesh well. And actually, a hero that's still on the board is Kashka. I'm surprised we haven't seen a team pick that even when it's left. So I have to imagine Gods might pick. Instead, they do go with Rona, and I think that makes sense considering they're going up against a glaive.
Yeah, Rona is a pretty strong pick into glaive. She has a lot of tankiness, a lot of sustain, and paired up with this Lyra who's going to help her sustain through these fights. We could potentially see a Poison Shiv or a Serpent's Mask come out of this Rona, and it could really put a lot of hurt on Immortals.
Yeah, and I think there's always that chance that you actually flex the glaive to the lane. It's something that could happen, and I have heard people talk about how Rona can help counter that in case it happens, and then otherwise you flex it to the jungle, and then Rona's there. But it's going to be a Baptiste to finalize this draft. This is the first Baptiste we've seen in BIS. Of course, we did see it get pulled out in the matches during Unified Live Championship, and kind of incredible. I'm really curious who on the side of Immortals is that proficient Baptiste, to see how it all plays out.
Well, after seeing Unified Finals, I'm almost wondering, is this going to be a Roam Baptiste or is this going to be a lane Baptiste with a Roam Adagio?
Yeah, I'm not sure as well. And again, you really don't know. These are all flex picks coming in here. And I think that this is an incredible draft by Immortals. If they execute it correctly, you have to imagine, like, think about what's going through the heads of gods right now. They just have no idea what they're going up against.
Yeah, once we get loaded into the game and see who's playing what, it'll take away a little of the mystery. It'll give gods a second to kind of come up with a strategy. Okay, this is what our win condition is. This is what we need to look out for. But until we really get that, solid verification on who's playing what, I could really see this game being played out a couple different ways. We saw the Rome Baptiste work at Unified Finals. We know Baptiste does put down a lot of damage as either a weapon or a crystal carry. Glaive can be played in any of the three positions as well as Adagio. So it's not going to give gods a whole lot of time to understand what's going on.
No, you're absolutely right. And we are seeing it play out. And, Day, you did call it, as it is going to be a Rome Baptiste. And ultimately, Weapon Glaive. And I think the Weapon Glaive does help out gods a little bit. They did pick that Rona to play into that Glaive as a countermeasure. So it is going to end up working out that way. We are just waiting for the final lock-in. And then we are going to get underway. But I'm excited to see Sui Generis pull this out. Definitely one of the better supports. One of the probably most infamous supports, as he kind of dual casts as an analyst as well. And now he's coming back to the fold here to play for his team. Just after coming back from London, in fact. So, pretty incredible guy.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see how this Baptiste and Glaive play together. Baptiste has his B, the imprisonment that, if you cross that line, you get stunned, and Glaive has a lot of reposition ability here to... Granted, it's going to be a Rome Baptiste. It's not going to have all of the damage as a Crystal Baptiste would. It's still just going to be that extra little hit to follow up with that afterburn.
Yeah, it certainly will be. See how D'Enzio does, of course, on the Adagio. Going up against the Scarf is a little bit different, and so we do see the dual carry rotation in the jungle to start things off. Helps to clear, and also, it's really great when you know you're going to get harassed in the lane early to get you some of that golden experience, while you have to also play under turret anyways. And of course, get the Adagio from D'Enzio likely to be giving a lot of issues to that Scarf. Afro does come in. Of course, getting the Lyra first pick, I think, was a great position to start that draft, and gives gods a good chance here, as the Lyra does help improve win rates for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, Lyra definitely being a hero that has a high win rate, and then we also see them picking up the Scarf, which we know Zio is a very proficient Scarf player. So, I'm hoping Gatsby can live up to it and get some damage down in the late game and really show how Scarf can be played into this comp. Adagio is pretty immobile with, he has to cast his abilities before he can really put any damage down. That gives Gatsby a lot of time to get that Spitfire down and put a goop right on top of him. So I think there's a lot of potential out of gods, and they're definitely a strong team. And, last game wasn't heavily one-sided. We obviously had Immortals come out on top, but most of the fights were pretty back and forth up until the late game.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right, where the Scarf does take advantage, especially into late game, of that slight hesitation that comes from casting those abilities on the Adagio. We'll have to see. Of course, Sui Generis, though, does offer some of that support as well with some crowd control. I'm very curious to kind of see how that works out. And we just haven't seen a lot of Baptiste played, so to see it kind of come on the fold in a competitive scene like this, to see here we do see a gank, does not land. Gatsby is just kicked back. I mean, it lands, but doesn't pull Gatsby out of underneath his turret. And it's not enough damage to really put him at a dangerous health level either. So not a whole lot coming out of there. We'll probably see Pond get back down into his jungle, get some more clear, get some more damage built here. It looks, as of right now, we could either be going into a tension bow. Scarf is a pretty squishy target, but that's a pretty risky item to build into a Rona, who we were discussing earlier is a very tanky hero, able to sustain through a lot of fights, usually building, the Serpent's Mask, Poison Shiv. And I'd really like to see a Sorrow Blade come out of this Glaive. Yeah, I think you're going to see it come out of the glade for almost certainly, especially with the heal combo. It looks like he is building towards that. I mean, I'd be surprised if he does go with the tension bow early, but anything's possible. As we do jump up to the lane, and it is a Dienzio with this Baptiste pushing pretty aggressively. It's going to force Gaspy under his turret, which I think he expected to be playing underneath his turret for most of this game. So I think he'll be definitely fine at doing that. And you see a nice Spitfire. Doesn't land a second one, but gets enough damage on Dienzio to push him back. Pond rotating up, but he's not going to be able to get an afterburn on the Scarf just yet.
Yeah, and they see the Rona coming in. I assume they're just going to completely disengage. Zio is low on health and low on energy and just doesn't really have anything he can offer to a team fight right now. You know, we see Gods coming in. They're all full health, all full energy. And they have this sustain out of the Lyra, and that's going to be a dead Baptiste.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage from Scarf and the Rona already, as they do just lock on. And with him out of there, there's a lot that you kind of lose. Granted, he does have the fountain now, but there is his, his Ordain. I think that's really where Baptiste as a support shines the most. It's just because you could trap someone, for instance, under turret. We do see, Gods does get that healer. And now they're going to be able to just rotate down to clear out the rest of this shop jungle. This jungle around the shop. But yeah, I'm excited to see Suigeneers play the Baptiste, but I feel like he has his work cut out for him. The crowd control isn't as aggressive as it is, only stuns if you walk out of that circle. So it's something that can definitely be countered with some smart gameplay and positioning.
One thing I do really want to see out of this Baptiste is he works really well in the captain position in the sense that his ult, everybody looks at it as, you can fear the enemy away, but one really strategic thing you can do with this Baptiste is if you use that ult and pin the enemy against the wall with it, that Glaive and Adagio are going to have a lot of time to just sit there and get damage down.
Absolutely. Pond does get out, takes a lot of damage. Rona jumps in, Red Mist comes out. Does not secure a kill, but does force the fountain.
Forces the fountain,
yeah. That's a huge force. You're going to see Pond trying to come down here and get this healer too, but and he does get it though. Archaic almost finds the CS steal, not able to secure it. But Gaspy up in the lane, he's been able to do a lot of damage here onto this Adagio. As the rest of Gods does show up here, looking to try to continue to jump on, but there's an afterburn. Nice job by Pond to split them up there because they were looking to take out Suigeneers again.
I almost feel like that was a missed afterburn. Rona was in range of being punted underneath that turret, which could have allowed Dienzio to get a lot of damage down, and Sui could have followed up with that Ordained. And I think it's a missed opportunity, and we do now have a burn fountain out of Gods also. And we have just here in 5 seconds, Sui is going to have his fountain back up and could possibly bait and engage. Zio is low and Pond's low, and if Gods commits too heavily here by this turret, it could really turn the fight for Immortals.
Yeah, we'll see if they get baited. They'd have to be pretty cognitive of the fact that fountain could be coming back up. Do you see Ardain comes out, does trap Afro in, he's able to get away, and saving that fountain is going to be useful. Except that Pond separate completely from the team. He's not going to be able to get into position to get that mid-treant, and so Gods are able to take it away again. This is giving them a decent gold lead, 500 gold, as they're just kind of edging ahead in all of the respective fields. You see in the lane, just a little bit ahead. Actually, in the lane, Dienzio is far away ahead. It is Archaic, though, that is somewhat doing a good job in the jungle. I'm actually surprised. I'm looking at the CS. I'm kind of trying to scratch my head where that gold lead's coming from.
We have that extra kill. I mean, we don't have much of a gold lead. We're looking at about 500 gold. We have that first blood, which is worth 300. You get the 100 from the bound, or... Yeah, so
you do get the extra 300.
Extra 100, yeah.
But that is a huge CS lead. You're talking 80 to 68 from Dienzio in the lane.
Yeah, I mean 80 to 68. We do know that Scarf is pretty known for not having the best CS in the level 1, level 2 engage, and that's where we're really going to have to see Gaspy can hopefully get the farm together, make it to the late game, get 3 or 4 items on Scarf, and go from there. As far as as far as how the Scarf, we have this Frostburn already. We're going to have to see him build into either an Eve or a Broken Myth next. Probably going to go towards the Eve, so he has a little bit of sustain. He already has a lot of base damage out of just one item. Scarf's ratios being pretty high. And there we can see it there, that big chunk of health that just took out of Dienzio.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage with that crystal ratio being procced when it jumps, when he's able to land it. So hitting those skill shots going to be very critical for the team of gods. There's going to be an engage. They look to get onto the Scarf. He's not going to be able to get on time, but there's another afterburn comes in. Fouling comes out. Pond gets the kill. There's a secure. Versa Judgment is active, but they're able to portal out. And so although they get one kill, it's not going to be a double kill or an ace, but it will open up this jungle and possibly the gold miner as they look to start capturing it. I don't think there's really much that Afro and Archaic can do at this point other than just push the lane.
Yeah, I definitely think they're going to be able to get this lane pushed down. Maybe even we see Immortals split here. They may be able to come down and do something about it, but instead they're going to back off. Archaic gets a little bit of damage down, but Zio got a lot of damage down on Playboy Afro.
They did. I think Zio was thinking they had secured the gold mine. He could go up and push this lane out from underneath his turret and not lose out on CS, but Gods did make him question that decision by being able to try to find a split. I actually think that Gods didn't commit to that fight to get that gold mine, but they would have probably sacrificed their lives for it. Most definitely, actually, but they would have likely secured it. Instead, I think they made the right decision. A little bit more cautious, but just showing Immortals that, you can't make risky plays around us.
Right, and we do see the gold lead swing over to Immortals a little bit here. It's not much, 400, but since they were down, 600 before, that's 1,000 gold swing still. So we're going to see Immortals start to build up a little bit of momentum here. We do see the Shatterglass this time out of Zio instead of that Frostburn. Probably knowing this Rona is going to be in his face, he wants to get a little more damage down and burn through some of the health. Also giving himself a little bit more healing out of the Gift of Fire. And it looks like we have some War Treads out of Sui Generis already.
Yeah, they definitely look like they want to get into these engages quickly and not allow that Lyra to help his team get out of those fights. You do see, I do like the positioning from Immortals as they have secured the Scout Trap up at that top part of the lane, and we see that a lot. Glaives like to come in from either side of the lane to make sure that you're on your toes and you can't be as predictive of where he's going to come from. But either way, it's really hard to do that against the Lyra. There comes the punt. It goes in. The Bulwark's not there soon enough, and they are going to secure the kill. Archaic is gone, and Immortals starting to take this game over with kills as they continue to lay on damage. They go in the middle. Sui Generis, he is going to sacrifice his life as he takes these turret shots. No, it switches over to Dienzio, but they secure the kill onto the Scarf, and that was an incredible turret dive by Immortals as they were able to get in and out without a scratch.
Yeah, and that's definitely going to be turret one, and you were talking about this earlier, as Pond brings a lot to the table at filling this jungle position, and we definitely see it. He knows Glaive very well. We see them diving. They know all of their heroes well enough to know, okay, if we juggle this turret aggro just right, we can get in here, get the Scarf out of position, and secure this kill, and we see him execute on it perfectly.
Yeah, and they just no hesitation. That's really what you want to see from Immortals, and they just look like a fresher, better team than what we've seen over the last season coming into this, as they have had some struggles and some up and downs, but they're looking to right that ship. Archaic looks to come in. There is going to be an Ordained drop. He's able to get out as he waits for it, but here comes, oh my gosh, Pod on the Glaive, catches the Scarf, and makes him pay. As you just do not know where Pond is going to come from, any side of the jungle or top or bottom of lane, it doesn't matter. He is just so quick now. And you burn a boots to get into that position, but it was absolutely worth it. As now Dienzio is going to be able to rotate down here, knowing that wave of minions are pushing up against the turret. And this is going to be another gold mine going over to Immortals.
Yeah, one beautiful thing I noticed from Pawn in that last fight is he did have that Rona right in front of him, half health, possibly could have killed the Rona, but we know the real danger is this Scarf, and he just completely decides to bypass this Rona, boots in, afterburn that Scarf into a dangerous position, and they secure the kill, and it allows them to get the gold mine because the Rona's still down on half health and has to recall or take some health camps, and You know, they're able to take objectives freely when they have that scarf out of the picture.
Yeah, and that's really important. To take Scarf out, quicker and quicker. I mean, you see 2 items built on him. He's building Eve second, which means he's not going to have the same level of sustain. So, it's just pure damage that you could remove from these fights, and it's just nothing that Gods could do once Scarf is taken down that quickly. But Pawn the Original, he has just been the playmaker in this. He's been the difference maker. His ability to just see where he can approach a team fight and attack from a kind of a surprising direction is just wrecking Gods at this point. They have no answer for it. And it's forcing them to be pushed up against their second turret there. Look at that. Look at the damage already under Archaic. He's dropped to half health.
Yeah, a lot of damage down on a Pawn here, and we do see him, he's completed this Tornado Trigger, going to start working to a little bit of defense. We see Zio has completed his 3rd item on this Adagio, and we also have a contraption now out of Sui Generis, so we're going to start to see some more vision down out of Immortals. They're going to keep this jungle control, and they're getting a lot of damage down, able to push the lane, but just as I say that, Zio drops very, very low, but is able to get out.
Oh, is able to get out.
It looks like Immortals are going to turn this fight.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness.
Oh, Pawn is coming in so clutch. That looked like it was going to be Gods finally finding the kill early onto Dienzio, but instead Pawn the Original says, nope, it's not going to happen. Sui and Pawn actually together to combo some of those items and abilities to get the sustain in just a little bit longer and turn that fight right back around. That is what a well-timed fight. Oh, Archaic, what are you doing? Gets caught in the bush. He's dropped, and that's another kill. And Immortals, they are looking very crisp.
Yeah, and that was a really dangerous move out of Archaic there. You can see the roots come out of the jungle treants as they're engaged upon. He easily could have looked down and seen, okay, they rotated out a lane. They're taking this middle camp. I need to be really careful about rotating into my jungle right now. They're both low on health, but they did just get this health camp, and that we see the amount of damage this Glaive is able to put out. He only has the Sorrow Blade and the Tornado Trigger, but he does have that level 12 infusion too.
No, absolutely. It's just, you're seeing he actually just purchased the 2nd infusion right off the back of the other one as it timed out, because when you're up this far at this point, 5,000 gold lead, it's not incredibly high cliff, but it is a pretty steep hill for Gods to try to work their way out of. It definitely puts a comfort level onto Immortals to bolster some of that attack.
Yeah, and we do see the 3rd item come out of this Scarf, and I'm interested to see if he goes into some defense against this Glaive, or if they really want to play the kiting game. We could see Gatsby build into a 4th damage item, and as long as they fight backwards, they have a lot of potential, but this Kraken goes over uncontested with all 3 members of Gods up and available. This is showing that lack of vision is just allowing Immortals to take these objectives uncontested.
Pawn, he thought for a second I could go in and cancel those recalls, wasn't able to get there in time. Slight hesitation, but he was booking, man. He wanted that kill after getting that Kraken steal and having that speed boost. He felt like, he was prime for the taking, and look, goes in, finds the Scarf. Gatsby getting bursted, but he's able to move out and still stay alive. There comes the Rona, Red Mist out. Here comes the Dragon Breath, and it's going to be a disengage. This is where those boots are handy. Sui Generis keeps his team at a safe distance as they are able to do work onto this Kraken now. There's an Ordain, does trap off Afro, but he's going to be able to get out. And just watch Pawn. Like, when he goes in, when he finally makes that decision to commit to that afterburn, he's likely going to come away with something. In this case, doesn't see an opportunity and is going to disengage with his team. And this time around, Gods does not let the Kraken push be the death of them.
Yeah, and that's a pretty heavily missed ult there on the Scarf, Immortals had already disengaged. They were already way out of range of that ult, and now we don't have that Scarf ult up. If Immortals turns around and goes in on this fight, the Scarf ult's only down for another 15 seconds, but we still have this stun potential out of the Glaive, out of the Baptiste, out of the Adagio, and it's going to be a really difficult fight for Gods to come back in here.
Yeah, it absolutely is going to be very challenging.
And I do want to point out, I do see that Afro has picked up a Slumbering Husk on this Lyra, which does give him a little bit more health out of the Sigil. But we've already discussed that their vision is pretty limited right now. He does have the flares, but he hasn't worked into a contraption, and he hasn't worked into a null wave or another useful item in these team fights, where if they could take out the Fountain and the Crucible out of Sui, then we have a lot more potential in these fights, and we're not seeing them act upon it.
Whoa, Afro does barely escape here. He's still alive as the Pawn is finally separated from his team, and I actually think he's just gonna leave here as he sees that there's just not a plan for success here. Oh wait, he's looking to come in right at the end. Somehow Stienzio is still alive, and oh my goodness, Pawn! What a god, he's able to finally come in, gets a kill. It is ultimately going to be the ace going over to Gods here, but man, was that pretty clutch by Pawn there, at least to get that kill. Yeah, unfortunately, Enzio and Sweetenaris weren't able to make it happen, and this is something you've got to watch out. Gatsby on this Scarf, it's going to start really turning on as we get later and later into this game.
Yeah, and this is a really good ace for Gods here. The Scarf and the Rona are going to be able to take this Kraken pretty easily with this ace wave going to take the turret. Rona has a lot of tanking potential against this Kraken, having the defense that she has along with the lifesteal, and she gains that fortified health when using her ult. And we all know Scarf is just good at pushing objectives, and that goop down, we see this Kraken, even with only 2 members, being taken very quickly. That's going to be not quite the gold swing that puts them in the lead, but that 900 gold from that turret is definitely going to allow them to all pick up infusion, or well, everybody but Playboy Afro picks up an infusion. Afro decides to top off on some more flares. And now we have this Kraken marching down the lane. And
this could be a game 3 brewing right now, as Immortals has their work cut out for them. They're looking to fight. Oh, they do see Arcade, but they aren't able to get in there in time because, well, he's able to jump over the wall thanks to Rona's ability. So sometimes into the fray, it's really out of the fray.
I really want to question the recall there from Immortals. They're all infused. They didn't really have any gold to go back and shop for any new items. I think they could have engaged behind Gods here, and instead they wasted some time recalling and allowed this Kraken and Gods to get a lot more damage down on the turret than they could have if they would have just engaged the fight. Most of these fights have been going the way of Immortals, and I think with them all being infused and Playboy Afro not being infused, they could have burned the cooldowns and got some good damage down and potentially just base raced.
Yeah, well, now they are forced to reshop, get a few items, and now try to get back into this fight. They've got a lot of good vision. In fact, that's something I think they have to feel pretty good about, is well placed by Sui Generis to ensure they kind of have an idea of exactly where the enemy team is at. They've got a few minutes now before the next Kraken's up. They need to look to make the best of it. And right now, Immortals, even with turrets against Gods, still in this game. They're actually up a significant amount of gold still, but as we get later and later over this 40k limit, it's kind of not consequential considering a lot of this is going to be poured into infusions.
Yeah, and we were discussing a lot of the vision that Sui had down, and Gods did a very good job after that Kraken push to rotate down through the jungle, and they got all of it cleared out.
Oh, D'Enzio has to get out. Versus Judgment comes out, does miss, but it forces a nice disengage by Archaic. D'Enzio getting low. Fountain, what a clutch Fountain right at the very end before he dropped Archaic, looking to try to secure the kill. Archaic's not going to get it. Is he going to? Oh, he's so low dropping. So is Pawn. Back and forth they go, but Archaic is the first to fall. D'Enzio heals himself just in time, and in an unbelievably close conclusion, they do get away without a kill, and God's paying the price. But man, look how low the entire team of Immortals is.
Yeah, they're definitely low, and I'm kind of questioning that they're still out here. They do have a long time for Archaic to be back up, but that Scarf was still quite healthy and could have easily put down enough damage to pull off a 2v3 in that scenario.
I think just lack of vision at the time. You do see he doesn't have a contraption yet. Afro instead going with that Slumbering Husk, and so what that means, he's got to buy those flares manually, and might have been a little bit low. They got vision though on the Kraken. And I think they feel like they could go back, recall, and all come back together at full force here. So Immortals looking to maybe, again, secure a few more scout traps probably here right around Kraken. As you have to imagine, the team that gets Kraken push is going to be in a good spot because it's going to force the enemy team to have to engage very, very soon into this fight.
Yeah, and we see the Scarf has picked up a Metal Jacket now, so all we've got left out of Gatsby is if he can get those Halcyon Charger boots built, that's going to give him a lot of energy regeneration and cooldown, and be able to sustain with the poke a lot more. We already see that, you know, the Eve is doing well, keeping his energy topped up, but as the poking goes on later in the game, he's going to be burning through energy, and the cooldowns, having that goop and the Dragon's Breath up quicker is going to be a huge key role to play in these parts. You know, I definitely feel right now that Gods has potential to take this to a Game 3.
Oh, they are in great shape. It really comes down to the execution of Immortals. If they can get in the back line cleanly, then they might be able to pull up a kill here early on that Scarf, but it's going to be tough. You know, you've got that healer, Lyra. You've got the Eve, of course, out already on the Scarf. He's got a decent amount of sustain, and we're kind of approaching max builds at this point. We've got a few more items from both teams looking to be completed, but in a few minutes, both teams are going to be near completed, and it's just going to come down to skill, pure mechanics of these team fights.
Absolutely, and you know, Scarf, you know, we all know is a late game hero, a great late game hero. Hopefully he can get enough gold in here to reinfuse. You know, he's down to his last quarter of infusion, so that's running out. Pawn is coming up on his own infusion here, and he has finished that Tyrant's Monocle, which is going to give him a lot more upfront burst and sustain through these fights. We see Zio has gone into 4 items, though, on this Adagio, which can be pretty risky if Rona is allowed to get to the backline and get on Dienzio.
Yeah, we've seen that's really been the target of the Rona, is to get that. And of course, you have a Lyra, too, which can help Portal in case the positioning isn't quite perfect. And actually kind of prevent a disengage if you can porter behind the enemy team with the bulwark. You do see there comes an Ordained, does grab onto Archaic, but Archaic looking to go in, trying to find something that Dienzio is left over. Instead, they focus on to Pawn. Pawn is still alive. Here comes a Sustained Burst of Judgment. I don't know if that was the right call. They're focusing on to the Glaive instead. Archaic now very low, but do they find Dienzio? Oh, he's so low. Archaic going in, Red Mist to sustain. It's incredible. These team fights have lasted so long. Will Pawn drop right here? Oh, the afterburn. One more shot. Pawn pulls it off. And Sui Generis is just left standing. Oh, Dienzio is too. Unbelievable. Dienzio now looking to try to... He's got to team up somehow. It's actually Pawn the original. I'm not sure where he's trying to go. He's just trying to get away from the Scarf. Yes, he's not going to... He's not going to find the Glaive, as Gatsby tried very hard. And comes up short. So 3 men on the side of Immortals. They've got 30 seconds to take advantage of this.
Yeah, and we did see Pawn did recall to get some health and energy back, as well as, you know, they all 3 have infusions. I think they have a very good opportunity here where they can start taking this Kraken and bait Gods into having to engage. You know, if Gods engages, the Rona's not there anymore. This Glaive can afterburn the Scarf out of position, and that's really going to hurt for Gods and probably be a win for Immortals if they're able to secure this Kraken.
They go versus Judgment. Nice shade thrown on the side, and they secure the Kraken. It's now Gods on the back foot. They've got to find something here in the next few seconds, or it's going to be Immortals barreling down that lane into the Sanctuary. This Pawn and company are looking very strong. What a crazy turn of events there. Yeah, it was back and forth, but Pawn, but very, very close to going down, gets a timely afterburn stun into the wall, and one last auto attack to finish it. Would likely be the play of the game. That literally saved Immortals in this game single-handedly, and now they have a Kraken to boot. As you see, Gods very defensive, not looking to engage, as an Ordained does trap up Archaic. Stun as Afterburn as well. Archaic taking a lot of hurt. He's going to have to try to get in way. Gatsby staying on the back line, avoids the Ordained, comes in after... Oh, there's the Dragon Breath. They're trying to find somebody, but nobody's dropping.
So I definitely would have liked to see, with Glaive as low as he was, I would have liked to have seen that Dragon's Breath focused a little harder on the Glaive. He spent most of it trying to kill the Adagio. And now we have this, Kraken that's over half health is still pushing down this turret, and Gatsby and Playboy Afro are getting very, very low. They do pick up Pawn, but here's this half health Kraken with Dienzio still wailing away at this crystal, and that's going to be game 2 for Immortals.
Oh, they're gonna. Do they have enough in the tank to take down this Kraken? It doesn't look like it.
It's gonna be close. Scarf and Rona do put down a lot of damage, but I just don't think they're gonna be able to stop it. The Kraken's just too healthy.
Oof, what a close match. What a close series. Even though it only went to 2 games, both games down to the wire.
Absolutely. They were very, very, well played from both sides. That was, as we talked about the first game, it wasn't really one-sided in the first game, but, we did notice that second game was significantly closer. The first game, definitely most of the game felt on the side of Immortals, but this game was either way. I was really hoping we were going to go to a game 3. There were some really good plays coming out of Archaic here, and Gatsby getting down all the poke he did.
There really was. And, the Scarf late game was really strong, but Pawn was incredible on this glaive. Finding ways to stay alive, finding ways to peel for his team, peel for Dienzio. I actually think the one fight misplay was just the fact that they decided to focus on Pawn in one fight instead of just eliminate Dienzio, because there's that heal potential. It's just too much going for Dienzio if he's allowed to stay in the fight. You really want to take out Dienzio first. They weren't able to make that decision and weren't able to take him out, and instead focus on Pawn. Pawn, that was a gamble, and it didn't pay off, and ultimately resulted in Immortals securing game number 2.
Absolutely. So definitely an intense couple of games there to close out the series for Immortals. And we talked about it earlier that we're really excited to see what Pawn brings to the table for this team. And I think he had a pretty good showing today.
He had a fantastic showing. And if this is an indication of the season to come, this is likely going to be a challenger matchup we're going to see in the very near future. Immortals looking to try to reclaim their VGA glory after coming from Unified Championship as well, but going down into the Challenger season next season, Challenger Series next season, it's going to be tough. Well, with that, everybody, we are going to be getting ready for our final series of tonight. It is going to be Tempo Storm versus Go Ruthless, but we need a few moments to get ready for that, to get everything switched over, and when we return from the break, we're going to be getting into our third and final series of the night. See you all in a few minutes.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.
Welcome everybody, we are back for our third and final series of the night, and also the final series of the round of 16. This is a single elimination tournament, so what we've been streaming the last 2 days have been matches from the round of 16 as teams look to make it into the round of 8. I am your host, Dragonborn, and joining me tonight, it's Denomine, and this is it, man, our final series of tonight, and this is one that I'm actually looking forward to because it's the first time we've really gotten to see Tempo Storms play in VISPRO, and this is a roster that's really impressed everybody here in Vainglory, here at Vis as well, just because they've went from challengers to being a legitimate competitor in the Vainglory 8.
Absolutely. They've shown that they're definitely one of the strongest teams. As you were just mentioning, they rise through the challengers, are now in the VG8. And, out of all of the teams that we have in Vainglory, to be in that top 8, to be in the elite is just, that's a title in its own.
It absolutely is. So let's take a look at these rosters right now. Tempo Storm, it is Polly, 5208, Selena Gomez, Hyde, and Lost Boy. Although, Lost Boy kind of that primary support that comes in for some of the big matches. Now, it does look like from what we see right now, he's not going to be starting tonight. And it will be instead Polly 5208 coming in. Just a quick FYI though, Immortals did just win the last series. As we get into this, so congratulations to Immortals. But again, coming back to Tempo Storm, so Polly coming in. Now, Day, you've seen some of these matches, at least I think you have, and when Polly comes in, they still play pretty well, but they're next level with Lost Boy. So with Polly playing tonight, what do you expect out of Tempo Storm going into Go Ruthless?
Well, I mean, even though they don't have Lost Boy, who, we consider to be that next level player, he's such a fantastically talented roamer. Paulie is a darn good roamer himself. He's got the fountain timings down. He's really good at blocking any kind of CC that you can, ask him to. And I think he does bring a lot of talent to the table. He's definitely, overshadowed a little bit by having Toph, who we've known since the beginning of Vainglory to just be this, amazing star player. And he always brings his A game to the table. So Polly definitely has big shoes to fill, but I think he has the talent to do it.
I think so too. Waiting for quick confirmation to make sure everybody is ready to get into the draft here. In just a second. It looks like they are, so we're going to be able to get into it now as we get kicking off here with game number 1. And I'm really curious to see how Go Ruthless plays into this and what Tempo Storm mixes up. We've seen a lot of fun drafts. We saw, of course, Grumpjaw contested and even a support Baptiste. So everything is on the table when it comes to VISPRO. But into it we go as we start game number 1 between Tempo Storm and Go Ruthless.
Definitely interested to see how this draft goes. I know that Mac Daddy plays a incredibly good Lance, so I expect to see some kind of ban around that.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Lance bans before, and, you have to imagine that, what Tempo Storm could do is just take the Lance, right? But right now, you got both healers on, so... And instead, Tempo goes with Kestrel. Okay, I mean, I guess they're definitely not afraid of just being a one-trick Kestrel team here.
Well, I definitely look at this Taka ban as a pretty strong targeted ban against Esme, who's going to be the jungler for side B. And we see a Finn pickup who is very good into the Kestrel. We discussed it the other day that the AoE that Finn brings to the table is able to knock Kestrel out of the active camo, and I think that's a very strong pickup, and a Vox ban to follow it up. And a quick Koshka ban to answer.
And Vox ban, and now the Baron pick. And Go Ruthless, man. Baron, we've seen him contested in a lot of these drafts depending on who can play him. I'm actually kind of excited to see him finally come out because he was banned previously in some of the matches earlier today. But he's one of those heroes who scales. He has a lot of potential early, like he has some damage, but he scales really, really well. So it's one that you just can't let get away. You can't let him get ahead.
Absolutely, and I'm really questioning the Vox ban at this point. You had the next pick secured. I don't see really the strategy in banning away, one of Baron's best heroes that he counters.
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting. I will say that the late game Vox is strong regardless, but again, the late game Baron's stronger, so interesting that was the decision. And the fact that Lyra made it all the way through the draft. Go Ruthless prioritizing that Finn. Of course, obviously Tempo Storm is, known to have Finn play, but that's mostly with Lost Boy, so, Polly, I feel like on the Lyra is a much better fit for him.
I would definitely agree on that. And we see this Grumpjaw coming out too. So I think this is going to be a situation again where we see this Weapon Kestrel in the lane and a Crystal Grumpjaw in the jungle, which the Grumpjaw is a pretty good pick into the Baron. If you can get the Baron taken out of the fight, it's really going to give you a lot of time to focus down this Skye, who is the follow-up pick.
Absolutely.
So one of the nice things about Baron is as you level up his ult, it actually increases his basic attack range. So that's one advantage that we're going to have to see the B side, use to their advantage. Get the Baron these levels, get him that ult increased, and give him that extra poke range.
All right, well, we have it. There's our draft. Skye on the end of it. Coming out, and we'll have to see kind of how Go Ruthless plays it. I feel like this is an interesting composition to have Finn, Skye, and Baron together. It's not one you see come out all too often, but maybe they could make it work. When I look at the draft as a whole, just seeing Tempo Storm with the Kestrel and the Lyra and the Grumpjaw, it feels like just an incredibly dominant draft, and one that I feel like they could execute very, very well. So I have to say, just on the surface, it just feels like Tempo Storm has a great positioning here to right out the gate.
I definitely think so. I think this Grumpjaw and Kestrel combination is super deadly. We've seen it earlier with the Grumpjaw swallowing up an enemy and putting him right on top of that follow-up stun from the Kestrel. Along with one thing I had seen SK do when they played this Grumpjaw Lyra. Obviously, it's a strong pick together just because the Lyra is able to heal up this really tanky frontline hero that you have. But you can also, once you get that Grumpjaw ult down, you can actually take the portal backwards behind your turrets and drop that enemy hero in a very dangerous position.
Yeah, no, and the thing is too is it just tailors so well with the Lyra, gives him the sustain, and it also means you can't really jump on him, you can't stun him out once he makes that swallow if a bulwark is placed timely. So Tempo Storm, I mean, they're coming out here, solid draft going in. We'll see, maybe this Baron pick with the Skye is something to be feared that we just haven't seen yet. But they got their work cut out for them.
Absolutely. We see a double weapon blade come out of this Kestrel, which is going to help her clear the wave. And it looks like Baron has himself a book of eulogies, probably knowing that he's going to have to sustain against this Lyra pick.
Yeah, and look, they're coming in really fast. Tempo going to be the aggressor, is going to steal this mid camp. Also putting damage onto Mac Daddy in the process. All three members are going to come in. Are they going to get it? They are, as Hyde finishes it off, and now they're going to re-engage. Sigil coming in, gives a little bit of extra heal, and puts Tempo Storm in a position where they can keep engaging and aggressing onto the Ruthless. But I think at this point, they feel like they may have overstayed. Hyde, actually considering maybe the jump across the wall, decides ultimately not to, and is now going to go and farm his jungle.
Absolutely, and this is where we're really going to see this early aggression come out of the Lyra as Baron jumps in. But, not a whole lot of damage down. She's going to be able to heal herself up and keep Selena at full health too, just with this early game sigil that she has.
Absolutely. It's going to be, I'll just again, a lot of good, potential for really strong positioning and just overall stronger play out of the side of Tempo here in the early game especially. And that's something that Baron's going to struggle with, as he's going to be getting it from both the Lyra and those Kestrel Glimmer shots.
Absolutely. We already see Baron hitting level 2, which is going to be good for him. He has both his what is it, Porcupine Mortar and the jump jets. So he's going to be able to clear wave pretty good, as well as be able to get down the poke that he needs to with these hard engages out of the jump jets.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely something that helps him, just when he gets low, and we've seen good Barons timing jump jets so well. He actually gets another auto attack in addition when he uses it, so sometimes you could see the ability to re-engage when you've got someone low. You can use it, jump jets in, and deal a few extra shots to get the kill. We do see Grumpjaw looking to try to steal this Elder Tree in a way. He's not going to, though. NSME is able to secure that, and with that, going to recall back. We've seen, of course, Von C playing that Crystal Sky here earlier, and with a lot of success. Have to imagine if maybe this Crystal Sky has that ability to challenge that aggression that you see coming from the Lyra and Grumpjaw.
Absolutely. I think Sky is one of the better heroes into a Grumpjaw. I do actually really like the side, the draft on the side of Go Ruthless. I think this Baron scales really well into the late game, as well as the Sky really just functions at, you know, all levels of the game. You know, she brings a lot of early aggression. She brings a lot of late game damage on top of it. So I really like the draft out of Go Ruthless here. We're just going to have to see if they can engage on it correctly. If Hyde is able to, you know, take one of them out of the fight, it may be a different story. So hopefully Mac Daddy B will be in the front of these fights and be able to, you know, keep his team from getting swallowed. And we have a hard engage out of Hyde to clean up first blood here on Tempo Storm.
Yeah, you saw Ruthless almost got the kill on Polly, but he was able to disengage, and then just look at that Hyde coming in from the backside with that Grumpjaw, finds the kill. There's going to be Selena Gomez looking to try to get another kill. He goes invisible, just barely escapes. He's going to finally drop, not before getting the kill onto the Finn. And now Polly, I think he's actually baiting this Sky right into the Grumpjaw. Oh, I think I thought that Surrey Strike was going to come through, went the wrong way. But yeah, Sky is going to fall. And that is going to be all three members going down to Tempo Storm. But you know what? Not quite enough to get the ace. And, oh, Hyde gets another Treant. He's going to keep pushing this jungle.
Absolutely. And Grumpjaw has a pretty fast clear, especially now that he has this Stormguard banner. You know, really good play out of Selena Gomez there, though. Knew that he was going to die and was able to clean up Mac Daddy with that glimmer shot over the wall. So may have gone down, but made sure that he secured that gold on his way out.
Yeah, and that was a really smart heads-up play to make in the process of all of that commotion. But we're back at farming in the lane. Selena Gomez is he's doing pretty good against the Baron, just a few CS ahead. But the whole team as a whole able to get a slight edge of 1,000 gold in advantage over Go Ruthless. And that's definitely important. You don't want to lose early game to Baron, because it's only downhill from there. But it's not an enormous lead, and so if you Go Ruthless, you still feel in great position to still get back into this game, even though a few mishaps early.
Yeah, and we see this Baron pick up the Tension Bow, and the Kestrel picks up the Sorrow Blade. This is going to be a pretty heavy factor here. Baron does function pretty well with the Tension Bow. You get that Pierce early, which kind of discourages the building of armor. The difference is, though, yes, you get that extra proc, but in a sustained fight, you lose a lot of that burst damage that you get from your jump jets. And here we get to see Hyde, you know, just solos that gold miner, hardly taking any damage, and is going to get healed up by Paulie here.
Yeah, it's
and
really
that's going to just extend the gold lead a bit. And you know, this Baron build is going to be a little bit cheaper in the early mid game than the Kestrel build. Does get him online a little quicker, but you know, we're just going to have to see how it plays out. Again, Baron has this big potential to be able to build up a lot of breaking point stacks going with a Sorrow Blade breaking point crit build, and you can bring a lot of single target damage, but is it going to be enough sustain in the late game where this Grumpjaw is going to be in your face the whole time?
All right, well, we're going to see kind of how it works out. So far, Tempo Storm's done a good job. There is an Ion Cannon coming down. Does get some damage, but not enough to really do much, as the heal from Polly's going to bring him right back up.
Yeah, and this is really the first step in where this Baron starts to come online. You know, we discussed the Baron is definitely a later game hero, and that's because as the game progresses, he gets more points put into that ult, and we discussed earlier that his range is increased. So this is kind of the first step where Baron is going to start to gain a little bit of an advantage with it scaling as the game goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. So it definitely going to pack that punch. Gets the tension bow early. I think with being down, the tension bow, you know, you have to wonder if it's always the best choice. We see a lot of teams just default to getting that tension bow on these weapon carries lately. And sometimes what that does mean, though, is it puts you behind getting another really critical Tier 3 item earlier. Tempo Storm in a great spot. 2,000 gold in the lead as they look to continue to push this. But, you know, with no turrets down yet and only just getting the gold miner, it's not a huge disadvantage for Go Ruthless.
Absolutely not. And I really think this game could go either way. Again, I really like the draft that came out of Go Ruthless. But I think Tempo Storm is just a better team, honestly. So it'd be really awesome for Go.
Wow, there's a Forced Accord. Yeah, I mean, we don't see Forced Accords hitting all the time. There's no Crucible built yet, so you see them coming in. There's a kill as Selena Gomez has to hightail out of it. Go Ruthless coming in strong, and when Mac Daddy gets that Forced Accord up at this point with no Crucible on the side of Tempo, there's just no answer. And this is going to be the first turret going over to Go Ruthless, most likely.
Yeah, I don't think they're really going to have any problem getting some damage down. The problem is that Mac Daddy just took a lot of turret aggro there and is now going to have to recall. And, you know, Silly Smurf does have 1,600 gold, and I can see him going to recall for this Sorrow Blade. But at the same time, this wave is now clear, and we have all 3 enemies pushing this turret.
Yeah, they're looking to finally get this secured turret objective and going in to continue to push. Because Mac Daddy took so much damage, he's weak. There is no fountain. It comes up in a few more seconds, but they've turned it around. The Sky, it's just doing so much work already, as we do see a 2-to-1 trade in favor of Go Ruthless. They get the turret and unfortunately give up 2 kills. You definitely always want that objective day, but is giving up 2 kills in the process worth it? It looks like in this case, it probably was an awful trade considering Ruthless isn't able to get anything out of it.
Yeah, it's not an awful trade because Selena's still going to be alive and the wave is pushed, so they don't have any potential to push up and get this turret. It's good of them to turn that fight around and pick up the kills since they just lost the turret, but you know, losing that first turret is 900 gold for the enemy team, and we see him at a 2,000 gold lead here, so we'll just have to see how Go Ruthless can sit here and farm up. They now have this danger where if Baron comes up into the lane as he is, this Kestrel is going to be able to punish him for it.
Yeah, but because there's only 2 men, Forced Accord lands again. There's the Ion Cannon, and it's Grumpjaw in the jungle trying to get the gold mine by himself. Leaves his team hanging.
Yeah, great fountain coming out of Mac Daddy there, and you know, an excellent pull again. And we do have this Crucible online, but it was missed, and it's hard to say. Wow, oh man, Hyde coming in and just deleting the enemy team.
What is this damage? You know, I was thinking, oh, okay, they're going to get the turret this time. Go Ruthless has got this. And instead, they've just unable to make the plays. And look at Hyde diving all the way to turret. And this is kind of risky. He might sacrifice his life for it. He is going to get the ace, but... Oh, no, it doesn't get the ace. So I'm not really...
He did get the ace. He just also died in the process.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, the minions are buffed, so he is able to get out there. But, I mean, I actually think that wasn't... getting the ace and securing it, not a bad play, as it's going to allow these minions to push all the way up. And it's going to prevent Go Ruthless from being able to secure really much of anything.
Absolutely. There's 2 ace waves there pushing up, which Baron is going to be able to clear pretty quickly, but it's also going to keep him from rotating down, and we do see Selena Gomez securing that health camp, taking just a little bit more farm away from the side of Go Ruthless.
Tempo Store, man, they are looking strong. Definitely not wanting to go down easy. And Go Ruthless is giving them a pretty hard time. This has actually been a pretty close matchup when you look at the scoreboard, but I will say Tempo has really dictated the pace of the game better, and have really I mean, Ruthless has found a few mistakes and made Tempo pay for it, but Tempo finding ways to come back in. Ion Cannon not going to do as much. There's the Crucible on that Forced Accord.
Yeah, really good block out of Poli there, especially with Hyde being down here soloing this gold miner again. And again, I really liked the draft that Go Ruthless has. And Poli is going to get caught out here, but he does live.
What? Hyde finds
damage.
So much damage. I don't know. It's just not enough defense on the side of Go Ruthless, I guess. And Lyra is going to help him heal up just a little bit more. There's no fountain or anything else online. I think you got to be careful now. This guy is pretty close to full health now. So Selena Gomez and Paulie are going to just have to hightail out of here.
Yeah, and that was a good pickup kill by the Sky there, able to, with his Finn, get Hyde just in position where that forward barrage finished him off there at the end. Unfortunately, the gold mine was just taken, though, so they don't have a whole lot of opportunity here. The lane is pushed in Tempo Storm's favor, but it looks like they're going to try to come in and pick up the ace here.
They're not going to get the ace. You do see Hyde, he does come up, but double kill, that's not what you wanted to do, Tempo. As this is going to give possibly this turret over. I mean, you're definitely opening up this lane. Now, I will say that Hyde, he could come in here and ruin the dreams of Go Ruthless from getting this turret again. We saw him just ripping through. Look at him coming in. Now, there's a little bit more defense this time. It's not going to be able to do quite the same level of damage. But he does secure a turret save. So
yes, he does. And we've got Selena Gomez and Paulie heading back up to lane here with him.
Yeah, so this is actually pretty incredible. Considering how many times Tempo's gotten caught out, they've been able to save this turret from going down. And big win for them because it keeps this gold lead firmly in their favor.
Yeah, and I'm really impressed by Hyde this game. He's done so much utility and so much, picking up a lot of weight from his team. We discussed earlier that Paulie isn't Lost Boy. He's such a good roamer, but we really see this team function the best when they have Toph. And Hyde is saying, you know what? I have the damage. We have the skills to take down this team, and we're going to show you that we can do it. And it's back and forth, but it's looking really good for Tempo Storm. Even when they die, they're not losing out on anything. They've already had the gold miner secured. They're protecting turret every time. It's just looking really good for Tempo Storm right now.
No, absolutely. You see Go Ruthless, they are trying to finally do something here to push in the turret. I like the quibble, gets the stun on the Hyde, slows him down just a little, but not enough. He keeps going in, there's the swallow. A lot of damage keeps coming on the Hyde, and the stun gets Silly Smurf out of there. But the first kill, it is going to be going over to Tempo, and Hyde just keeps pushing, going in, finds the kill, the Sigil comes out, heals him up, and Daddy, he is going to fall as well. It's going to be Ace going over to Tempo Storm, and they are looking to finally push down the second turret.
Yeah, absolutely, and there we go again. Hyde diving to that back line, making sure he can secure these kills, which he's doing very well. When he swallowed up the Sky in that last fight, he was able to block the quibble coming up and was not releasing on that target, which really helped him put the pressure down in that fight when it was a 2v3.
No, absolutely. Buying just a few seconds, that's all they needed. And now with that jungle clear, they are sitting pretty... Wow, look at that. That shot up from just a few thousand gold lead to 7,000. And you see a bunch of items coming out. Kestrel with that Tyrant's Monocle and the contraption. No Wave Gauntlet comes out to try to stop Mac Daddy on this Finn. As you see, Fountain and Crucible have been pretty useful here into these fights. But, oh my goodness, almost paying for an overstay in the lane. You did see, look at that. The Baron, when he does land on his target, he is doing a lot of work. Does catch in Poly with that Force to Court. He should be able to get out of here. Does have to use that portal to get to safety.
Huge damage out of the Baron there. I'm thinking this is going to be the time that they do lose the turret. There's not going to be anything to stop it here.
Those jump... Did you see the rockets jump?
Yes, I did. All the way to base.
All the way to base.
That was pretty intense.
Now, it would have been really something if he had gotten the kill, right? That has happened, ladies and gentlemen, is if you're very low, that damage can come in and get the kill. Thankfully for Tempo Storm, that is not the case.
Yeah, fortunately, Paulie had enough time to recall and get a little bit of health out of the base fountain. Yeah,
indeed. So. Alright, so looking at this, clearly a gold lead and an objective lead for Tempo Storm, but with that turret, that first lane turret finally down, it does free up a little bit of this rotation and pressure from Go Ruthless. So I guess the question today we got to start asking ourselves is, does Go Ruthless have what it takes to find a way to overtake Tempo in this game?
I still, this falls back into, I really, really like their draft into what Tempo Storm has. I think Tempo Storm is a more coordinated team, and I think they're going to be able to pull it together and get through get through this game and secure a win for them.
Nice poke coming out from those glimmer shots. Selena Gomez, do they find the kill? The fountain comes out, but there it is, secured. There's another double kill. It's just Esme alive. No, he's not alive no longer. Ace coming out for Tempo Storm, and oh man, this is likely going to be the game-ending push.
Yeah, with this weapon, Kestrel, they definitely have the damage to take these turrets. The Grumpjaw, is going to be able to tank up the second turret as Selena solos the top one. I mean, this is game one, pretty well fought by Tempo Storm, but the fights were back and forth. I don't think Go Ruthless can really feel too bad about this one. They gave Tempo Storm a good run for their money.
Absolutely. And with that, we do end game number one. It's just, very, very close competitive game here. I mean, I got to give a lot of credit to Go Ruthless. Considering Tempo Storm coming to this tournament was a 3rd seed, this was not just not a washed up team here. They really gave Tempo Storm a hard time. And all kind of close down to the wire. I think ultimately, though, just you're giving over too much when you give that Lyra Grumpjaw combo, and then, of course, as you saw with that first pick, they want that Kestrel pick. You almost have to ban Kestrel first against Tempo Storm.
It's seeing Selena play that Kestrel that game being such a huge threat. I definitely think they're going to have to either respect that pick and either ban it or pick it up for themselves and see if they can, turn it around and do the same thing.
And that's a possibility. Yeah, I mean, it would even be even better to take it away by playing it, if you feel like that's like the best option. And obviously Kestrel does do a lot of damage. A lot of players, are so comfortable on it that they prefer to first pick Kestrel in a draft, which could be kind of dangerous. But I felt like, even with that first pick Kestrel, I was a little disappointed that they didn't, really punish Tempo Storm for that. The Baron, late game, but it's not that early game pressure that will punish the Kestrel. I felt like the Sky, although had really strong moments in the game, really was never able to go toe-to-toe with the Grumpjaw. And, overall, it did result in Tempo Storm, once they got, to that mid-game spike, just completely snowballing.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of potential for a Sky into a Grumpjaw if you're able to fight in a more backwards position, make the Grumpjaw try to chase you. You can get the Frostburn damage down on him and slow him up. It just wasn't enough this time.
Unfortunately not. And into game number 2, we are going to get ready. It's going to be a pretty exciting one. See if Go Ruthless. I feel like after watching that game, I feel like Go Ruthless could absolutely take a game off of Tempo Storm. But, it's just got to be, they're starting off with the right draft. You really don't want to give so much over to Tempo. Give basically a lot of comfort picks and strong compositions.
Absolutely. I definitely felt the comfort from Hyde and Selena Gomez on the Kestrel and the Grumpjaw. And it just... And, with having Poli there able to heal him up, I mean, we saw Grumpjaw constantly get down to dangerously low health, and Poli was able to, get the sigil down, had well-timed fountains, able to keep him alive, and, that's where we saw that last ace, no Kraken needed, just push the turrets.
Well, we'll see if they do something in game number 2 to try to change up the comfort picks. I definitely feel like you have to. And so we're going to go and start the draft.
The draft begins.
See what comes out. Go Ruthless. They are on the clock first. And I think that, they could first pick Kestrel, but I feel like if you're not going to pick it in the first round, you need to ban it away here.
Yeah, it's definitely difficult to pick Kestrel first. There's a lot of pretty good counters into her. So it's really dangerous move, but they need to not let Selena have that comfort pick. We've seen how proficient Selena is and just totally commanded those fights.
Now, waiting for this first ban, and looks like they may have just connected here. We're going to actually, unfortunately, I got word they were ready, but there is, unfortunately, not a connection issue, and So the reset will come in real quickly here. Allow both teams to properly be here for the draft. You don't want a team to not get into the draft on time.
Absolutely. Definitely hurts you to burn so much bonus time on that first ban. And we do see the respect out of that Kestrel ban there.
Wow. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like that, letting everyone know you don't want to play it, so you just don't want to play into it. And we saw this during the Unified Championship. A Tempo Storm was never allowed to play Kestrel. Absolutely.
And I think that's a smart draft for anybody going to Tempo Storm. It's one of Selena's favorite and best heroes. And, you really put yourself at a disadvantage when you let someone have their favorite hero.
Now, I feel like they actually picked the Lance in this case, so I'm surprised. You did mention that Mac Daddy's a really good Lance. They do allow the Lyra to go through. And, with the Grumpjaw, you're going to see a Grumpjaw-Lyra combo almost definitely from Tempo Storm.
Yeah, if it doesn't get banned away here.
I feel like you have to ban the Lyra in this case.
You pretty much have to. You either have to ban the Lyra, and that's going to be your best bet since, Tempo Storm has the next pick. So if you let that Lyra through, they're going to pick it. And there's the Lyra ban.
All right, so with that, it's going to be a Vox. Still a strong pick to have the Grumpjaw. I'm curious if it's going to switch over. Kind of a flex pick. They could switch that Grumpjaw now over to the support side, which I feel like opens up the jungle for them. So we'll see kind of how it plays out. It really comes down to if they feel like they can run the Grumpjaw without a healer, or maybe Arden. I think Arden from Tempo Storm side wouldn't be a bad pickup as a support anyways. Although, whenever playing against a Lance, you'd like to have that Finn, just so you're not getting stunned up against walls.
Right, and we see this Baron finally come out against the Vox, which is really where Baron excels the most, because Vox has the shortest range out of all the lane carries you can have, and we discussed that Baron has that range that increases over the time of the game. So this is really where Baron's going to have potential to shine. I really don't want to see a tension bow into this Grumpjaw.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. They're eating through a lot of bonus time. They do decide on the Black Feather. Now, I feel like at this point, you might want to flex that Grumpjaw as support, just because the Black Feather, although, won't necessarily be invulnerable to the Grumpjaw support, I feel like you really want something that has even more sustain, and you want to be able to take one of them out of the fight.
Right, and I actually really do like the Lance Blackfeather into this Grumpjaw. The Lance able to root and reposition the Grumpjaw at will. But the Blackfeather can also use his ult to get in front of the Grumpjaw ult and block it, since he blocks the stun. So that's something that we could potentially see here out of the Blackfeather if he's keeping an eye out for it.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and from a carry position too, it may be harder to lock onto the Blackfeather. And we actually did see, already Baron does do a lot of work against the entire composition. He's able to just, make you pay for being aggressive by jumping in. So a lot of time being used now. If they have to make that decision now, right? Are they going to flex the Grumpjaw, or are they going to stick it with the carry as last game and go with the support here? And it's going to be a flex Grumpjaw.
It is going to be that roam Grumpjaw, and we do see the Samuel come out. However, I'm not particularly in love with the Samuel pick into the Baron. I think, if this Baron plays it well and, they bait out the Drifting Dark, there's a lot of potential where Samuel could be left vulnerable and not have those empowered attacks. So
yeah, and Baron can get to the back line. He can rocket jump to that position and then find the Samuel. Samuel's going to be squishy and vulnerable.
Right, just the care you have to take in that is if you jump in with Grumpjaw, if you jump in with the Baron, you're obviously leaving yourself vulnerable to that Grumpjaw and the Vox, who we discussed. Baron's advantage over the Vox is his range. So if you're jumping in, you're kind of negating that advantage. So it's going to be more jumping around the fights than jumping to try to just get to the Samuel.
Oh, absolutely, and well, we're going to be getting into game number 2 here. It's going to be an exciting one. Go Ruthless switching over to the A side. And I do like their draft into this a little bit better because, as you mentioned, the jungle is just not going to be as difficult. And Paulie now on this Grumpjaw support, it's still going to be tough to deal with, but it's not going to be as as just difficult as it was where you saw Hyde playing it, you saw Grumpjaw. Once he gets kind of built up, really, really hard to deal and manage, which is so much damage.
Right, and I do like Poli on this Grumpjaw. I do feel personally that he performs really well when he has these tankier roamers. So it's definitely going to be interesting to see. We already see a little bit of aggression here. I missed whether or not they got that mid camp or if Mac Daddy was able to secure it though.
Well, there's no CS going over. It looks like Mac Daddy did secure it because, well, not Mac Daddy, but someone on, because no CS indication is put on the side of Selena, Poli, or Hyde.
Well, I believe that early in the game that medic is only worth 34 gold, so it doesn't register as 1 CS because you don't actually break that 40 gold mark.
Wow. Yeah, so that actually explains a lot, because I actually thought it was a bug where I, in the past, saw it didn't register. And thanks for letting me know.
Absolutely.
So with that, it does mean that, you know, they may have stole it, but look at Mac Daddy on this Lance. He's doing a pretty good job. Able to keep harassing. It's going to be Hyde. Steals away the medic, and he's going to get the kill on Esme, and wow. My oh my. In the lane, it's a different story, but in the jungle, Hyde continues to reign supreme. He's going to look to try to steal this away. Does he actually get... Oh, he does not. Yeah,
that was actually a really good pickup by Hyde there, though. You know, he was able to get that medic for the heal. He did pick up both of the backs and got first blood. So even if he dies here, I think this is a perfectly fair trade for Tempo Storm. Plus the amount of time that he just wasted out of that Baron, and we have, you know, this huge wave getting pushed now into the turret where this is going to be Baron getting behind already in the early game.
Oh my goodness, a huge wave. I don't even know why Smurf went up there. I mean, he needed to just move in the jungle because he was going to miss out on so much of it. He already did miss out. Going to try to clear out the rest of this wave, and I think needs to rotate down and take some of this jungle farm with his carries once he gets this wave pushed up. Because, yeah, he missed out on at least 2 big minions and 3 or 4 smaller ones, and that's going to hurt in the economy.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping we see some of that strategy that we see out of those VG8 teams, you know, where the laner will rotate down and share the ambient with the jungler for their backs. The roamers aren't as desperate for gold at most points in the game. The roam items tend to be a bit cheaper since they're always having that ambient. So I'd like to see Mac Daddy come up and, you know, just kind of secure the last hits that Smurf would lose by rotating down. But it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a fight here in the jungle.
Yeah, Baron rotates around. Impale does land on Hyde. Doesn't do that much damage. I think Hyde at this point could probably rotate up and just recall out of here. As, oh, nice job by Poli. Able to get away and not give up the kill. And really heads up by Selena Gomez. He's going to rotate down possibly to make sure that he's not going to give up their jungle CS to the Blackfeather or Baron.
Absolutely, and we do see Baron coming up trying to get some of this farm, which again, he lost a couple to turret, and that's really not where you want to be. This Baron needs to get to the late game and needs to have gold in the late game to be effective. So hopefully Silly Smurf will get some gold. You know, we don't see a fountain yet out of either side, but we got Poli getting pretty close here.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a pretty decent advantage. Not in the lane, though. I'm actually surprised Selena Gomez struggling a little bit against the Baron, even with some of that CS being pushed on the turret. So clearly some struggles on his side as well. But in the jungle, it's a completely different story. Hyde, way well and ahead above the CS of Esme, and that's definitely going to start showing pretty soon, as you already see him building towards that first tier 3.
Absolutely, and we did see Mac Daddy rotate down there while the lane was pushed and did pick up that fountain, so that's going to be an advantage they're going to have to watch. However, if Poli does get down here to shop, he's going to pick one up of his own, and it looks like he's going to.
Yeah, he gets get the fountain. Mac Daddy has it, and so does Poli, so even footings on that regard. Mist and Pale, going to put Mac Daddy a little far forward, gets out no problem. Temple Storm going to rotate up here, and again, another push the lane in the opposite direction. It's been pretty even, actually, in this game. Neither team really feels like they have an established footing or an advantage over the other. You take a look at items, really the only advantage is the tier 3 Tenjin Bow on Silly Smurf. otherwise, everyone else is kind of lingering offensively in the tier 2 items. Still needing a little bit extra gold before they can make the plunge into next power spike.
Yeah, and we talked about this tension bow earlier, not wanting to see it in the Grump Jaw, but since they did end up forcing that Grump Jaw to go into the roam position, I do like the tension bow, and you see it doing work there on Hyde, bringing him down dangerously low and forcing out the fountain.
He does force it out, but now it's Silly Smurf going down. Mac Daddy's soon to follow, and wow, just like that, Tempo Storm finding a rhythm. It is going to be Esme on this Black Feather. He finds a kill and is able to dodge out those pokes from the Mouse and Verdict. He's going to live another day. But it opens the jungle up. Polly's going to feel pretty comfortable coming in here, taking this tree. And I guess waiting for Hyde to follow up.
Yeah, we had a really beautiful play out of Hyde there. If you noticed, he saw that the Baron had already used his jump jets and did not have a reflex block. He positioned that ult just behind him so that he couldn't retreat behind the turret. And if he did, he was gonna get stunned, and the whole team would have been there to follow up for the kill anyway. So really, really good positioning by Hyde there, making sure he's using his abilities to the maximum effect.
Yeah, he's definitely been kind of on point, and you can see it just on the score line, the stat line there. It's 36 CS at 6 minutes. Although Esme is starting to pull back within reach, but probably at the expense of Silly Smurf's lane farm.
Absolutely, he did clear a little bit of lane farm after Silly Smurf had died in that last fight, so he was there, he was able to secure it, which does bring him back a little bit, and the team doesn't miss out on too much then. So taking advantage of a bad situation.
We do see Polly looking to try to get in. They aren't able to land the residence onto Silly Smurf, and then he's going to be able to start farming up just fine. Oh, in the jungle, we missed it! Hyde going down! This Black Feather starting to come online, and that is not a good sign for Tempo Storm.
Absolutely not, and really well played out of Esme there to take the damage that this Crystal Black Feather allows, plus the speed boost that he gets out of the out of his A. That speed boost scales with crystal power, so I'm sure that allowed him to dance around the fight down there and really get around the Malice and Verdict.
Now Tempo looking to try punishing Mac Daddy for a little bit. There's a swallow. I don't know if they can get him in position soon enough. And the Black Feather coming in. Nice, get the wall. Is going to prevent the kill. And Matt, look at that already. This Crystal Black Feather just does a lot of burst on that on point. Hyde trying to come in here to throw. Hopefully trying to catch him out as a bird for the kill. Isn't quite within range. It does get one, but not the other. And again, pretty even match. Back and forth we go. It is 1,000 gold lead in favor of Tempo, but in these team fights, just positionally and mechanically, it seems like Go Ruthless can go toe to toe.
Yeah, and we do see Go Ruthless did just start doing their rotations where both Baron and the Black Feather were able to pick up their backs, and that's going to be really important with this Baron because there's a lot of experience in the jungle, and that's going to get this Baron up to level 9. And Silly Smurf pushed dangerously low from Hyde here.
Yeah, I mean, they did look to go pretty far. They're trying to find something. I mean, they are able to get back underneath their turret, so it's not going to be a huge deal. But as low as they are, they have a fountain to proc if they need to. I think they're just kind of waiting for the right moment. But you can see right now the Vox and the Samuel able to get enough damage onto the team to keep pushing them back.
Absolutely, and we did just lose the fountain there, but it is going to keep them alive. It is going to keep them able to defend this turret. Hopefully we can see this Black Feather get a lot of poke damage down and the Lance be able to keep the enemy together. If he can find a triple stun against the wall and the Black Feather to follow up with an on point, that's going to be their most ideal scenario, but we do see the Black Feather drop.
Fountain comes out too late, not able to save the Black Feather. Samuel looking to try to come from the other direction. Mac Daddy's caught out. Get the wall might have saved his life. It sure does. As he's not going to land the Impale, but he does keep on fighting here. And I don't think Hyde's going to find... yeah, he needs to get out of here. Look at that minion miner, Crystal Miner coming in clutch to get some damage. Hyde just barely escapes, and we're going to see a back and forth trade. Fountain comes out. Selena Gomez now in great position as he takes out Silly Smurf. He's going to be able to push this wave of minions right up into the turret.
Yeah, and we do have a fountain back up by Mac Daddy now, so that's going to be an important thing. You know, we just seen this Grumpjaw use his fountain, and now we have one on the side to Go Ruthless. So if they're going to pick a fight, I think they need to do it very, very soon. You know, we keep seeing where Selena and Hyde are getting down to dangerously low levels, but are just able to get out because of the fountain, and that utility item is down now. So this is a perfect time for Silly Smurf to really get in and get that damage down.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to take advantage of the opportunity, as there is some contention coming in over this Treant. They do not secure it, though, as Esme, the Blackfeather, gets it. But they are going to try to take out this Crystal Miner in the process. Nice Impale lands. Selena Gomez, he's low. He's going to try to get away. Fountain comes out. So the Fountain came up in that fight, and we talked about it, right? Like, they wanted to get that fight off before the Fountain. Instead, they waited too long. And now Mac Daddy, he's too low. Likely going to drop. Oh, my goodness. Nice Impale over that wall.
We do see Silly Smurf pick up a kill in the lane, though, and you know, that fight felt a little sloppy to me. You know, Silly Smurf was, you know, in the back jungle. I don't really know why Blackfeather and Lance engaged as hard as they did, but Silly Smurf finds a golden lining there, or silver lining there, and it is able to pick up the Vox, which is going to cause Selena to miss out on a little bit of farm, but you know, maybe overstays his welcome and dies to Hyde.
Oh, Hyde. Great positioning in that fight. Anticipating the Impale and then anticipating the Rocket Jet to the other side, is able to go up towards the lane in between the little barrier break, and it finds the... really patient, too. A lot of players, they might use that Drifting Darkness to engage the bush. Instead, Hyde holds the Drifting Darkness until he's able to get the Baron in a compromising position, pulls it out, and finishes it off.
Absolutely, and you know, we're starting to see, you know, we have these War Treads come out of Poly now, which is going to give them a lot of engage potential, and they don't really have a whole lot of need for a Crucible for what they're going against. You know, the carries are going to have to be responsible for blocking their own Lance abilities. So, you know, we're probably going to see this Atlas come out so they can jump on the Baron, and I really want to see Tempo Storm push the advantage that they have going for them.
Oh, that sleep really well timed. They didn't block it, and it was just great sleep that allowed them to get additional damage onto this turret and keep the Baron out of the fight. Hyde, gotta be careful. A lot of vision on him. He's caught up. Oh, Hyde's gonna go down. Misplayed. That Scout Trap coming up clutch for Go Ruthless. But there's not out of the fight yet. They're forced to use the Fountain. That's unfortunate for Go Ruthless. And now look at this. Polly, he's got Smurf under turret. And look, unbelievable Fountain comes out. I'm not sure if Paulie needed to use that Fountain. It doesn't matter. They're going to be able to keep pushing. And where Go Ruthless seems to find one step in the right direction, two steps in the wrong direction seem to follow.
Yeah, and it's questionable to say whether Paulie needed to use that Fountain there or not. You know, as low as Selena was, and it seems they want to put this aggression on, he would have been at a lot of risk from the poke this Blackfeather can put down. And so far, these fights have been pretty back and forth, but that's been the story of this series. You know, these are two pretty evenly matched teams, and I really am not sure who to call on this one.
Yeah, surprisingly so. We do see three-man rotation up to the lane. On Point keeps man-handling Selena. Ion Cannon to come out as well, and oh, that was a misplay. Selena overstaying, not respecting the range of the Baron, as he's able to finish it off. Esme on the Blackfeather is going to finally drop, but so does Hyde. This is going to be an ace!
Absolutely, and we see all the damage this Baron is building. I mean, he has a Tension Bow, Serpent's Mask, Monocle building into a second Monocle now, so, you know, we don't have that breaking point that's going to scale like we sometimes would hope, but this is going to be a lot of upfront burst damage coming out of this Baron.
Absolutely. Really impressive play from Go Ruthless. And securing that first objective, that's a big deal. You don't want the Baron to find an edge over you in items at any point in the game, and especially as you head to late game. Oh, misplay. Selena, what are you doing? He's does bring them very low, but is not able to finish off the kill. And now Mac Daddy and Silly Smurf, look, just have to reposition out of here.
Yeah, that was a really good fight there from the side of Go Ruthless, able to catch Selena Gomez out there. He was able to get them both very low, but died in the process with this Kraken up. So if Go Ruthless can find a kill here, they're going to get a free Kraken.
We do see Ion Cannon comes out, does a ton of damage, puts the Black Feather to sleep. Oh, Mac Daddy has to use the Fountain, but they secure, although they don't get the ace, but they do secure the kill. And the Crystal Miner is taken down. Go Ruthless, they are looking primed to push this to game number 3 here, because right now, Tempo has no answer.
Absolutely not. I don't think this Vox can really risk coming in at this point. All the damage that Silly Smurf has, and as healthy as he is, you know, as long as the Black Feather doesn't die to this Kraken, it's really not a safe bet for the Vox to come down here.
He's not. Tries to use the wait for it from a distance. Not within range, doesn't get the kill. And now, with that heal, everyone's back up to full health. It's going to be a full-on engage. Tempo Storm, they can still pull this one out, but they are running into this 4-weapon item, Baron, a little too haphazardly. Like, right, you just can't get caught out. And we've actually seen this whole game being pulled right back in for Go Ruthless because of just poor positioning plays and overall not sticking together as a team. And you know, being caught out in the jungle, big no-no for Tempo.
Yeah, and right now, Silly Smurf is the definition of glass cannon. He has 5 offensive items built. Looks like he's probably going to build into either another tension bow just for that pierce, or maybe even a bone saw to get more attacks off. I mean, I could really see it going either way at this point.
They do push the lance back out, but there's another kill, and the Baron, he's just ripping the shreds. This is going to be another ace, and Go Ruthless taking down Tempo Storm. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a Vainglory A team, although of course without lost point. And they are being annihilated by another challenger team here, like a potential challenger. Is Go Ruthless finding the right fit, the right draft. We talked about, you know, the Samuel pick just a little too it's just too squishy. Going in this composition, really hard to make and execute with this Grumpjaw as well as a support, you know, and you let the Baron get turned on. The Baron comes online here and becomes so brutal during the late game. Denominate, man, really well executed by Go Ruthless.
Absolutely, and you know, I really like the build that Silly Smurf went. You know, he knows well enough playing with Mac Daddy that Mac Daddy was always in the way of Hyde, you know. There wasn't a whole lot of opportunity where Hyde could get the damage down in that backline, and the whole time Silly Smurf was sitting there hitting 400, 500, 600 damage, splash damage, quite often hitting the Vox and Hyde on the Samuel as he was trying to get into position.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, it was absolutely devastating. There's really no words to describe how well they played this composition, and you know, I think you're going to have to start respecting this Baron if you're Tempo Storm. They've played it twice in a row, and both games have allowed Silly Smurf to play well and keep the games close, and this time just allowed him to push it over the edge.
Absolutely, and I could honestly see a Kestrel and a Baron man coming up in this game, seeing how powerful Selena was in the first game on that Kestrel pick and how strong Silly Smurf answered back with this Baron. I could honestly see both of them being taken off the table right at the beginning. You know, you're banning away 2 carries, absolutely, and so you're leaving both healers available at that point too. So you're not losing anything by taking those bans off or taking those heroes off the table.
Yeah, I think that it doesn't hurt, and then the worst case, you're just forced to just, you know, swap out healers or go a different route with supports. But you know, you can't leave either one on the table at this point. That Baron was absolutely brutal. And so this is our first game 3 of the night. And actually, first game 3 we're going to be streaming at all. So pretty exciting to see it come to fruition, come out here in this match against Tempo Storm and Go Ruthless. As my tongue got twisted up there a little bit. Let me just see if they're ready for draft.
It looks like we may have a sub for Tempo Storm.
I'll wait to see. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Polly, or is the lifeline going to get called? We'll have to find out in a few minutes. But checking in, it does look like I think everybody should be ready for draft. All right. Yeah, it doesn't look like a substitute's going to happen maybe just yet, but the teams are ready to get into the draft of this game. And with it one apiece, this is really going to really take the draft, I think, to a more critical level, right? You just can't make risky picks, and you also really can't give over, obviously, comfort picks to either team. We'll just have to see.
Absolutely not, especially seeing just how strong these players are once they get on their comfort picks. They're very, very strong teams, evenly matched, and it does look like we have Lost Boy Toff coming in. So, you know, to me, that's really going to change the dynamic of this draft.
Oh, absolutely. Because, you know, when you talk about the support level, the Lyra play, the Finn play, the Ardent play, it just takes it to the next level. It notches it up a little bit and puts, I think, a lot of pressure on the side of Go Ruthless. They've got their work cut out for them, as this is the team that did qualify for the Unified Live Championship. With that, we're going to start game number 3 as Tempo Storm on the A side with the first ban.
And again, I really expect, and there it is. There's that Baron ban, and I definitely expect to see a Kestrel ban coming out of Go Ruthless here.
Yeah, they're definitely forced in. With that, I think that you'll see Toph. He's either going to go with the Lyra, which is probably the highest likelihood. Instead, wow. So, all right, because the Kestrel didn't get banned.
Yeah, the Kestrel, for some reason, did not get banned. We instead decided to ban a jungler, and we have a Gwen picked up for the side of Go Ruthless. So this is going to be an interesting game. Gwen does offer a bit of vision into this Kestrel. You know, if she does use her active camo, Gwen's AoE off the buckshot can definitely, you know, be a danger to the Kestrel. But, you know, we again go into this comfort pick. We know this is a comfort pick for Selena Gomez.
And for Hyde. I mean, both of these guys will be able to play Kestrel without any problems. So they can, it's in a way, it's a flex pick for them because they can go jungle or it can go lane.
And we have a Koshka ban to answer the box, so we'll have to see where Go Ruthless would like to go there. You know, we still have both of these healers on the table. You know, they could pick up the Lyra or the Adalia, give away both to the other team.
I will say, though, at this point, the Lyra is not countering anything specific on the composition from Tempo, right? The Lyra is great at stopping engagement, right? Heroes that jump on you. You've got just one hero pick that's a poke hero. So Tempo could just go and make this a range comp and essentially diffuse some of the effectiveness of the Lyra.
Well, what we would need to see here now out of Go Ruthless is if they're going to run this Lyra into the Kestrel, we really need to get a heavy engaging jungler where this Lyra portal is going to be able to get on top of the Kestrel and delete her from the fights is about the only answer they can bring back now. Now,
Tempo could take the Grumpjaw here just to deny it from the Go Ruthless, and that would allow them to prevent that Lyra Grumpjaw combo. And, you know, with the Lance, it's not bad. They could force Kestrel back up into the lane, and I feel like they'd still be in a really, really good position here. Or they could, you know, there's a few other junglers. We've seen Rona played a few times. I don't think, oh, wow. So they are going to go with just range to avoid having to engage onto that Lyra.
Yeah, and this is where the Lyra can be a very useful tactic, especially with this Taka. I was just talking about how this hard engage on this Crystal Kestrel could be really dangerous. Once you get damage down on that Kestrel, she's not going to be able to get that active camo down. So if Go Ruthless can make the hard engages here, get in on this Kestrel and remove her from the fight, I think they have a very good potential here. You know, Taka can get the Atlas down on Ringo, and you know, I can see this game going either way. It's just going to be dependent on how you play. If Hyde's able to get these traps down, then, you know, maybe they can make it work and just outpoke this Lyra.
Maybe, yeah. And so where the bulwark becomes less effective, the portal becomes more, and we'll just ultimately have to see, you know, if you're executed correctly, how it's going to play out. We're getting into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. This is do or die for Tempo Storm and Go Ruthless, as both teams vying ever so much to try to secure this final game and make their way into the round of 8. One game apiece. I'm your host, Dragonborn, and Denominate. We are casting this game. It's a second game. This is the last game of the night, Day, as we are finishing out the round of 16.
Yeah, and it should be an exciting one. You know, we have Selena back on this comfort pick, which is going to be pretty dangerous, but... Or actually, no, it was Hyde on Selena, my bad. Selena is a very proficient Ringo, too, though, so this is something that, you know, I think Tempo Storm has a very dangerous comp that is still in their comfort zone.
I feel like, though, that there was going with the Ringos to force the Crystal Celeste in the Crystal Kestrel in the jungle might have been a little bit overconfidence on the Kestrel play. I think that you kind of force yourself into a compromising position where you could have played a more aggressive jungler. You could have gone the Grumpjaw. Instead, they ultimately decide to just, you know, to stay with this Rage Poke. The Poke does offer its benefits going up against the Taka and offer into Mac Daddy. Just for you don't have to engage hard onto the Lyra, but you got to make sure that you don't let the Taka out-farm this jungle Kestrel.
Well, one of the nice things that they have going here with this Kestrel is Crystal Kestrel has a pretty fast clear speed, so she's going to be able to rotate towards the middle a lot quicker than this Taka, and if she sees the Taka coming and the Taka thinks they want to invade, they're able to drop that active camo and may be able to bait out that stun.
Yeah, maybe. That's definitely a strategy. We'll have to see if it gets employed. Obviously, very still early in the game, and Lost Boy Top on the Lance. I'm glad, you know, taking the Lance was probably a smart play since you did see how effective Mac Daddy was on it. Very, very good Lance. And so, you know, taking, again, a lot of these players off their comfort picks was a good strategy from Tempo Storm.
Absolutely, and, you know, so far in this game, it doesn't really look like Go Ruthless is out of their comfort zone, you know? I know that Esme plays a lot of Taka, so this is definitely not out of the comfort for the jungle. I'm not too familiar with Silly Smurf's hero pool though, and I can see it working well into the Ringo and Kestrel. We're just, you know, it's a tough call. You know, we have Toph in this game now, and we know Toph to be that playmaker. So on a hero like Lance that can really swing a fight, you know, keeping that Taka off of the Kestrel is going to be one of the most important things that Toph can do.
Oh, nice job. Goes invisible very quickly. Prevents an auto attack from landing, and that's the reflex that Hyde brings when he plays on these Kestrel. He's just that good. It's going to be kind of hard. I expect Esme to have a really, really hard time here just being able to lock down Hyde.
Yeah, and Hyde is a very good Kestrel too, so that's one of the strong suits out of picking that first pick. You know, we tend to not want to pick these really squishy heroes in that first pick slot because they can be easily countered. But when you have someone so proficient at it that they can play it in the lane and someone so proficient at it they can play it in the jungle, it almost makes it a safe pick where it's hard to counter.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen too much aggression from Tempo this match. Hyde's just sticking in his side of the jungle, not looking to really poke in over on Taka's side too much. And so what that's allowed is pretty even jungling, slight edge from Esme so far. And he's just able to move faster, I think, and this is actually going to force Hyde up to the lane to look to try to help put pressure on the laner, but he's actually catching them during an off rotation.
Yeah, catching them during an off rotation, and they are even on the jungle now, even though Taka was able to clear the bottoms. And we do see the Storm Crown come out, which is going to give him a little bit more clear speed, which is going to keep him on par with the Kester, who's already gone into a tier 2 Void Battery. You know, I'd like to see a little more damage coming out of this Kestrel, where she can come up to lane and get that really heavy poke damage down that a Crystal Kestrel is known for.
Hyde already with 3 crystal bits. Not doing too bad. I mean, we do see a Storm Crown already completed on the Taka, as well as a Weapon Blade. No defense quite yet. Smurf with the Tension Bow early on the Gwen. No surprise there. And it looks like Selena Gomez is working right into that Sorrow Blade first item.
Yeah, and I do like the Tension Bow pickup from Silly Smurf here. Both the Kestrel and Ringo have a generally low health pool. And that's where Tension Bow really shines its best in a fountain coming out of Lost Boy Toph there, but still goes down. So that's going to be one cooldown burn, and Mac Daddy is going to be able to rotate down and pick up a fountain of his own.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to feel pretty good going into Lost Boy with a fountain on his belt, and yet still able to come away with the kill. They had already brought him down so low, the fountain wasn't able to heal him up fast enough.
Yeah, so I mean, how's your opinion on this game so far, Dragonborn? I mean, you know, we're still pretty early. We do see that first blood going over to this Taka. I mean, how do you think this game is going to go? I mean, are you leaning more towards the side of Temple Storm or more towards the side of Go Ruthless?
I mean, I think that so far it's been so evenly matched in this series. It's really hard to say, and this match actually is feeling very even as well. We're not seeing over aggressive by either team. The only real upside for Go Ruthless is that the Taka so far is building faster and stronger, and you see him right now. He's already got the Storm Crown. He's going to be close to a Aftershock pretty soon here too. And he's going up against the Kestrel, who doesn't have a tier 3 yet. That's going to start to kind of wind up. In mid-game, I really expect Go Ruthless to have their strongest power spike. We're going to have to see if it plays out perfectly, because if they don't capitalize on it, as we approach farther and farther into the game, I think you're going to see Selena Gomez and company start to take this one over.
Right, and we do see Ringo getting forced down really low. The fountain coming out of both teams, actually. Good one-shot, one kill gets Mac Daddy down low, but we do have this Lyra who's going to be able to heal up.
We do. Evenly matched, and this is what we were just saying. This game is so close. It's really hard to put a finger on which team is going to come out. Mac Daddy gets really close to going down, is able to sneak out with just a few slivers of health.
Yeah, and Farm's looking pretty even in the lane. You know, we're sitting at 65 and 65, but Selena Gomez is rotating down to get this ambient gold from Hyde here in the jungle.
Nice rotation. Esme going to go back to his side. It's kind of been back and forth trading. Gold is even, so if that was not an indication of how close this game has been. Smurf coming in. Oh, does find the kill. Nice job. Lost Boy not quick enough with that Githian wall to prevent the proc, and yeah, that is going to be another kill. Fallon was actually down as well, so he wasn't able to use that to keep his fellow laner alive. And
yeah, it was definitely a smart play by Silly Smurf there, seeing how low the Ringo was, able to get in there and get that tension bow proc off and clean up that kill.
Kestrel starting to come online. Aces high misses. Taka jumps in pretty low. The fountain is up, but look at that. Down goes the Lance. You're going to see Lost Boy keep leading his team onwards to try to find something. Takes that tension bow proc. As Silly Smurf sidesteps those glimmer shots, so he's not going to take any damage. But this turret's going to take a few shots. As Go Ruthless looking to try to just keep it alive by clearing out that minion wave. But oh, look at that Hyde doing so much. Oh, Silly Smurf gets dropped. And this is going to be another kill, 2-0. And you're seeing, I think Tempo's sticking around. This might be dangerous with the Taka coming, but they're sticking around hoping they can get a few more shots on this turret.
Yeah, definitely dangerous with the Taka coming, knowing how low both of the carries are, but very, very good play by Lost Boy Toph there. The Githian wall and root keeping Taka from getting to Selena Gomez was, you know, best case scenario, and we did see Hyde rotate down through and get the back jungle of Go Ruthless. Using
the portal to get through over and then impaling that Taka in the nick of time saved them. Probably another death, which would have been tragic, so... Tempo Storm playing well. They've got a very, very slight lead in gold. But so far they've won a team fight, and they've got that over Go Ruthless.
Yeah, and we're still looking at the farm being pretty even in the lane. But Hyde, being able to rotate to those backs and pick up those backs from the Taka has given us just that little bit of a lead that they didn't have a moment ago. And now that first turret brings them up over 1,000.
Yeah, that's a huge objective take for Tempo. Momentum swinging on their side. They have to feel pretty good. Gonna shop up here now, so they've got that item spike. We see finally 2 tier 3 items coming on Selena Gomez. I'd say going in against the tension bow, at least right now, is maybe pretty even, but we'll start to get a slight edge if they can starve out Silly Smurf here for the rest of the game. Infusions are bot, though. This is something that you gotta be careful. If Silly Smurf pops that infusion and they go in the fight, a slight advantage going over to Go Ruthless.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, these early infusions can be pretty risky, though. You know, if you pop that early infusion and don't get a win out of a fight on it, then you really just have thrown away 500 gold that could have been put towards either defense or another offensive item.
Gold mine secure. That's another 300 gold at player, and you can see that gold lead starting to swell. Nice impaled. Does catch the Taka to get the in wall. Oh my goodness. Esme is lit up. Mac Daddy has to use the Fountain. A little too late. He's going to get dropped as well. Lost Boy's low, but the rest of the team's full health. The Crystal Miner is going to be the next victim. And the Kestrel just looking to see if he can catch that that Gwen recalling. Isn't going to find him, so it's going to help push this lane forward. And Tempo Storm has started to just really hit their rhythm, hit their tempo, so to speak, as they are starting to push this game in their lead.
Yeah, and you know, this Toss first game playing for this series, so you know, maybe the beginning of the game was a little bit of a warm up, but we're really starting to see him be that playmaker that we know him for. You know, we already have this contraption, we have scout traps and flares going down against this Taka, which is going to make it really difficult for Taka to get in and out of these fights.
And we'll have to see how it all plays out. Pretty good vision by Tempo on the side, in the jungle for Go Ruthless.
I'm interested to see where Silly Smurf goes with this build. You know, he's really low on defense still, you know, still sitting on that infusion. Fortunately, he didn't pop it for that last fight that they lost pretty immediately with that Taka getting eliminated so soon. He does pop the infusion now, though, and looks like he's going to go into a breaking point before any more defense.
Quite possibly push up here. Into the turret. Another turret taken out. This Kestrel starting to come online. Double Shatter Glass already. As you see him going just pure CP to really punish people that try to jump on into the Kestrel. If you don't take out this Kestrel right away, you will be feeling that burn.
Yeah, and that's the danger of really rotating down when you don't know where the enemy team is this team has so much objective damage. This Ringo already has 3 offensive items building into another tension bow and or a tornado trigger.
We do see Hellfire Brew comes out. This is high, misses. The fire is on the Taka though, but look at that. Selena Gomez sidestepping back and forth. One shot, one kill is missed. Oh, so close to finding the Taka, as the Taka does a great job at moving away from it. So it's just going to be Hyde and then Taka, just the 2 guys left standing. Oh, look at this stealth. Double Shatter Glass going to come in on the backside. He's just not looking to engage. I think he's waiting for the right moment. Oh, does he find it? Gets the stun. Active camo lands. There's another active camo. Just deletes him.
That was really well played by Hyde. He got the Glimmer Shot down on Taka, which does reduce some of the cooldown on that active camo. He was able to get it down as the Taka Kaitened, and that's where we seen that big 500 damage come up and finish the Taka. So that last fight really went well for Go Ruthless, that they were able to get the 2 kills down. Unfortunately, they weren't able to clean up the ace and lost 2 as well. But when you're playing down, 2 for 2 is not the worst thing that can happen to you.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but they're so far behind, and objectives are really becoming scarce. You've got another gold mine. I think it's been 3 gold mines going over to Tempo. So it's allowed this gold lead to swell up to about 6,000. And they'll be beating down the door of this final lane turret here pretty soon.
Yeah, and Goldmine's pretty much out of the picture at this point. We've only got about 45 seconds left, and it was just emptied. So we'll probably see one good fight coming here out of Tempo Storm, and they'll try to push this Kraken.
One shot, one kill, misses again. They get a kill in the Ringo.
Yeah, it was very good choice on Silly Smurf to come back into that fight. The Taka ult was up, and they were able to get that burst damage down and took Selena Gomez from 100 to 0 in no time at all.
Both carries still up for Tempo. The Taka looking to see if they can find. I think they're actually trying to hope that they can find Tempo, but instead it's going to be Hyde looking to try to find something. Nice get the wall into that choke point. Hyde not going to commit to it. Lost Boy Top taking a lot of damage for his trouble.
Yeah, Hyde saved a bit of energy there. We seen him fall back to the tri-bush and didn't waste a scout trap because he didn't see the team engaging yet. So, there's that fear, do we engage on this Kestrel and possibly run into a trap, or do we just let him go and Go Ruthless decides to let him go, and Hyde conserves some energy where he's going to be able to rotate through his jungle now and clear all this farm.
What's probably very uncharacteristic is how many one-shots have missed. And I think it's partly due to the fact that teams are anticipating it. I mean, you know how good Hyde is. You're just, as soon as you exit a battle, you're saying, all right, one-shot's going to come out. Get ready, everybody. Because they have not been able to land it just due to really great reflexes from Go Ruthless.
Yeah, and I'm glad we see this Atlas Pauldron finish for this Taka now. He's going to be able to get it down onto Selena Gomez pretty easily. Taka has a lot of different ways to get in. You can either, ambush from a bush, get that down. You can X-Retsu in, or even just Kaku in, and you take a lot of damage away from the side of Tempo Storm then.
Oh my goodness, Mac Daddy just barely gets away from that as they're going to try to put all this damage onto the turret. They back up. Oh, they get the Taka in the active camo. He is going to drop. Does get that on. Oh, one shot, one kill. Does hit Mac Daddy. There's a nice Scythian wall. Lands another root. Does get the kill, and there, just like that, Tempo Storm in great position here. As, wow, Selena Gomez, really risky Hellfire Brew right while he was taking minion damage, but it all pays off. As they don't get the ace, but they get the 2 kills on the carry, and are going to be able to take some of this farm away.
Yeah, and the Crystal Sentry actually aggroed up a lot sooner than I thought I was going to. I thought Selena was going to be able to clean up those backs, but unfortunately, even with no vision, that Crystal Sentry came up.
Yeah, it's just too risky, so they're going to just go back. Kraken is on the map. Has been for a few minutes, but it's been all Tempo Storm. Pushing. There's only 2 turrets left here, so if you have to imagine, if Tempo Storm wins this next fight, they're not even going to go for Kraken. They're just going to go right for those last 2 turrets.
Absolutely, and we've already seen them do that in game 1. The Kestrel is so good at taking down turrets. Weapon Kestrel is a little better at it, but the Crystal Kestrel definitely puts down a lot of hurt, especially with this Ringo that has the Sorrow Blade and Tyrant's Monocle.
Yeah, I think, the key to success here for Go Ruthless comes down to how the Taka can engage. If he can land that Atlas Pauldron on Selena and they can follow up and take Selena out, because if he's got that full attack speed online, that breaking point stacks up pretty quickly. He's really hard to take down. Oh, look at that. So much damage already coming out. One shot, one kill. It's going to miss again. Nice anticipation from Go Ruthless as they keep putting the pressure, but here comes Hyde. Hellfire Brew coming out, is blocked up. That does us so much damage. They're looking to try to take down this Taka. He is going to try to sneak away, is finally found out by Selena, and now it's not quite an ace again, but step by step, Tempo Storm is taking this game over.
Yeah, it's pretty risky play. The timers aren't that long here, and taking the turrets is going to reduce them, and you're already hurt. I would have really liked to have seen Tempo Storm back up and take this Kraken, but Hyde is able to get a lot of damage down on Silly Smurf, and they may be able to finish this one out. Hyde does go down to that last turret shot, though, so I'm thinking, maybe trying to push the turrets wasn't the best idea, but it ends up working out for him.
Oh, they get an ace! They get an ace at the last second, and that's going to put him over. Selena Gomez, he's full health. There's the shot, and Tempo Storm, they secure the 3rd game. They move on to the next round. That's going to be here next week. And unbelievable play by these guys. Just incredible.
Yeah, and Silly Smurf only needed to live for another second there to prevent that ace, and he got greedy, tried to get that last hit down on the Ringo, and instead Lost Boy Toph was able to root him up and stun him up against that Crystal. So, they do get the ace, and they close out the game, so very, very well played by both teams.
Very well played. What a series. What a way to end this night and end this first week of VISPRO. Gotta hand it to these guys. Coming in clutch here to bring us what might have been the closest game we've seen in VISPRO in quite some time. The closest series, anyways. Well, that
was our first game 3 out of both nights, right?
It was a first game. I mean, well, the first one streamed. There was a game 3. NRG's new roster actually got taken to 3 games. So,
gotcha.
We didn't get to stream that one, though, so this is the first one that we've gotten streamed. Well, with that, everybody, that concludes our stream. It's been absolutely an incredible night of matches. I hope you guys have enjoyed it. Thanks everybody for coming out. And make sure you guys, if you want to see the continuation of this tournament, we are starting up again next week, Wednesday and Thursday. And the finals for next week are going to be on Friday. So make sure you tune in every single night here, starting up at 6 p.m. Pacific. You're not going to miss the action. With that, though, I'm going to say goodnight. Dave, thanks for joining me again for another action-packed night here on the VIS Desk.
No problem. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. All right, guys, we're going to see you guys later. Make sure you tune in next week for more action.
Ben, Sam, and Ken are on separate journeys to defeat the menacing Vile Dragon. But let's just say luck isn't on their side. If only there was a way for them to find each other and band together. Well, that's why there's Band. It's a mobile app that allows people to come together using common interests. With Band, you can find fellow gamers, chat, schedule gaming sessions, and conduct polls. Stage epic battles with friends while sharing videos and photos along the way. So try Band today. Band. Be together.